Know what you do when you're not shooting people. I am now, from now on, because of you saying that. Every time I think of the Team Rocket goons, or any goons in video games, I'm going to make them gooners.
You're welcome.
I'm a Team Rocket gooner. I'm here to steal your Vaporeon.
Oh my god.
Lucy's like, oh no.
Poor Vaporeon. We're in enough trouble as is with all the. Oh my god. Sellers did us so much damage to a level 15 Gooner. 81k.
Another. Oh, there we go. I had to find this. Had to trek through the woods and the desert, one of the tiny forests to find this bounty. Can you kill him, please? Wow. I fucking love Ryuma. He's incredible. Apparently, I have a Dinosaur Lux now, which is nice. Okay, I'll take that. Do. I'm gonna just do some bounties real quick, because I have bounties to do, for one. Two, I need, like, a few. Like, at least two. Because I know Lulu and, Lily Noct are both male. And I just, is it worth running around to do bounties to change the gender of a pal because I keep misgendering them? It is to me. Maybe not to most people because it is kind of silly, but it matters to me.
Don't worry, honey.
You got a golden ticket? He got a golden ticket. I love you.
Get with the cocaine addict out, Grandpa.
What the fuck? Oh, that was random. Not you. Sorry. I I tried to do an attack with Ryuma, and as I hit the attack, I heard him do a noise, and then a Rob a Robin Quiltera popped out of nowhere, and I was like, "Did you just summon that?" We don't have at least 5 active players. He's trying to give Pokey gift.
Oh.
He's insulting me. He's saying, "You get new people active." I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm in a weird mood today. I don't think you're trying to be malicious at all. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, servant. Servant, come back. Get in the ball. 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 Bucket. You get in the ball. You get in the ball. I just need a fucking servant. Cool. Bye. I don't need to hang around for this. I don't take this. What are you working on, Lucy? I always wonder what you're working on whenever we're streaming. I'm level 73. Holy shit. Get in the ball! Okay, I got 2 Dinossums now. Dinossum and a Dinossum Lux. What? It's on the list. I don't know. It's a Spotify song. I don't fucking know. Is that the bounty? No. That was just someone near the bounty. Yuriama? Like, there's guys out there with guns, but the guy who is a chronic spoiler is the one that has the bounty out, which is fair. It's a different kind of bounty. So, what do you think the papers are? You think they're like pictures of the guy's face to prove that he's dead? You think he chopped off his finger and put it in a piece of paper? Fingerprint him or something? Wouldn't the way to like prove that you killed somebody just like bring their finger back or something? The olden days. Hmm.
In the olden days, to be paid bounty based on how many heads you bought back.
Ah, I see. Interesting. It's a good way to do it.
And
How do they know if they're the enemy? You could just kill all of your own people? Ah, I see. They could just be strangers in their hometown. Yeah, this guy's in the military.
yeah, that could happen. It literally was like friendly fire is a one logistic nightmare of warfare.
Yeah. to 15 bounties. Trying to get to 21 if I can. Forgot my raid message, but blah 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 blah. Owl's Nest here. Hi, Whippa. Wow, raiding me and not raiding him. Crazy. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you raided me. Yeah, sweet. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome. You guys are my problem now. I'm gonna make you. Gonna. Well, he's gonna take your toes. I guess he's a toe taker. Toe taker. Aw, thanks, Whippa. Appreciate it. It's because I called him gay earlier today. He was like, "Yeah, I am. I'm gonna raid that bitch now." Yes, welcome in. My name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. Apparently, you have. Oh, yeah. Apparently, you guys have already met him twice. You kind of met me. I look very similar to the way I look on his channel, in a trash can. Um, I do usually have a VTuber model, but I don't feel like turning on the light. I feel like living my best dungeon troll life and just sitting in the dark playing video games. And oh my god, they're so cute. Look how adorable they are. Get in this ball. You like pastel trash though? Nice. That's why she likes me more. Well, I mean, I guess we're all pastel. And we've been breeding a lot today. So much, in fact, that we have been trying to do these bosses. And we did two, I think.
We got up to the one before the one that we wanted to get to and then stopped.
Yeah.
Like, we wanted to do the Ice Mountain because we wanted the large electric amphitheater.
Yeah.
We just stopped.
We need to do it. But I got distracted because I needed to catch a Celine. And then I caught the Celine and it was trash. So Tristan is making me some Yakimos so I can squish them into my Yakimo. Look, it's a whole thing.
We must.
Who are you? Oh my god! I know you, Harold. Hi, Harold. Oh, it's you. I knew we'd meet up again. Who, me? I took on a bounty hunting quest from a nearby village, which is why I'm kicking around here. Problem is, there's a right tricky one in that group, so I've been sitting here mulling over some strategies. Wait, hang on. I've got it. We could just tackle them together. What do you say, friend? You being here is obviously fate or karma or something like that. Come on, let's lend those poor folks a hand. Yeah, alright, let's fucking go. Wow. We'll be splitting that reward too. What do you say, 2080? Alright, whatever. Oh, the 80's your part. Say it. Okay,
Did you find Harold as well? Whipper and Dummy? There's two locations I know where he is.
There we go.
Yeah,
I'm in the snow.
yes.
I knew the moment I met you that you'd be a force to reckon with, and I was right. Both you and your pals, fierce fighting friends. I'm not knocking my own skills, but I've never seen a pal tamer like you. Why don't I have a partner? Dut, 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 dut. I did, but they ain't with us anymore. Passed on under that big old tree. My pal tamer died with 'em. Oh, the big world tree, maybe. Uh-huh. But I'm sure you don't want to hear me yammer on about gloomy stuff, so let's talk gold. I got your reward right here. It's a nice round 100,000. 80% of that would be carry the one, and right, 80,000 gold. Sure enough.
Yep, he gives you 80k gold in a second.
Holy that's
I
awesome.
genuinely don't know if he appears anywhere else. I really hope he does.
That's awesome. He is cool NPC.
In my bank account.
Bitch, can you like not? Aw, man.
I suppose I'll come over.
No, I was in the ice area because I was doing bounties. Oh, I see. You wanna get my ball? Because I don't have you yet. Excuse me, you wanna get my ball? Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Thank you. Get in the ball. 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 Get in the ball or you're gonna die. Get in the ball. Get in the ball! You were that close to dying. I saved your life. Saved your life. Just saying. I'm gonna get this Greyhound Chris too. Save their lives. I am so kind. I am so benevolent.
Well, rivals are playing Palworld with Dominic Day.
I've saved 3 lives today. Turn in my bounties. I think I have enough now. Maybe, maybe not. Cult of personality. I can get 2. Whatever. Go to this base first. Anything we have in our pockets. We can put it away. How's everybody doing? Any lurkers? Any lurkers who are currently paying attention even slightly, you should throw me a follow just cause. Just cause. Just cause. Just cause. Yeah, we're having a debut soon. That's the reason. There's a reason. I just say just cause. Cause. Those lurkers paying attention. Who decided not to give me a follow anyways? Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Tell the lurkers.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Love the lurkers.
We do love the lurkers. I'm just kidding.
There's very cozy lurkers.
Mhm.
Tend to get along.
I kid. We love lurkers. Just like to pretend there's like one person out there who's like listening and went, nah. No, and I was talking to that person specifically who was like, nah. Yep. Okay. Okay. Nice. I bet I've got some fucking Patalias with remarkable. What are they doing? Are you guys fighting behind my house? Lolly
Very smart
no.
idea to have Twitch to expensive to follow everyone, like
Yes.
subscribe to everyone.
Yes. It is just financially responsible. Actually, I hope to be earning enough from this that I can just start gifting out subs
Yeah, yeah.
randomly, just like giving myself 5 gift subs. So that it would just like throw itself on like random people. Like do little things where it's like, if I win this, I'll gift 5 subs to myself or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen some challenges where it's like, oh, if I win, I'll give 10. Like I'll do something, but if I lose, I'll get the 100 subs. It's like
Yeah,
that would be awesome.
exactly. Have fun with your shower and haircut.
This is a massive jump.
to go up here. I am going to get some cake. I am going to put some cake in the thingy downstairs. Who's following me? Why do I feel like someone's following me? Oh, Nat just happened to be like right behind me as I was coming upstairs, and it looked like she was following me. Uno, dos, that, that. Let's go kidnap all of Tristan's Yakimos. Okay, because you've taken them. That kind of thing. Okay. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, yeah. Oh, down to the paradise city where the rest is good and the bad. I'm just saying words. I know the words too. It's like, but when I'm streaming, my brain turns off and I'm. Oh, yeah. I have lots of Patalias that are pals with just remarkable craftsmanship.
Yeah, there is a bunch of Yakamaras in.
Okay, wait there a second. I've stole enough materials to make a squisher. No, I have a squisher in my base. Yeah, for the ranch.
Yeah, it's not.
Paradise city where the rest is good and the brown cow pretty. I am really saying all the weirdest shit, okay? I just said where the dogs are pretty.
Ow!
Nope, nope, nope. We're not squishing that one. That's Bobette. Only one Yakima we're not squishing, and that is Sonic. Oh, and the parents for these guys. No, I guess we can do this. Okay, 3 stars. That's 24%. Far, so far away, so far away, so far, so far away. Female, male, Molly, Female, Molly. My Batalia's name is going to be. What's her name? Give me a name for Petalia. Rosalie, Lillian, Dahlia. I like Dahlia. That's pretty. Let's see. Oh, I see, I see. City where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Oh, Leo, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry that my raid noises aren't working. Nothing's working today, okay? We're dealing with scuff in the only way we know how, ignoring it.
I love ignoring skull.
Why don't you please take me home? Okay, it's okay. Your brain's not working today. Big mood, man. There's songs that keep coming on the radio. Oh, I say radio, Spotify. Songs keep coming on Spotify, and I'm over here like trying to sing along to it. And I know these songs. I've listened to these songs 4 million times, and for some reason, my brain is just refusing the lyrics. So I'm just kind of singing random words in the tune of these songs, and it sounds terrible.
Like in this song earlier, like I said, take me down to Paradise City where the grass is green and the dogs are pretty.
Yep. It's just vibing. We're having a good time. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you've brought some friends too. So, hello, Leo and friends. For those of you who have not met me yet, my name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. We are the Heartblossoms, and we are having an upcoming debut on August 1st, our 1 year wedding anniversary. And we are debuting our new models, which are gonna look freaking amazing. No, they're not gift tubers. They are actual full-blown VTuber models. Usually, usually I'm using a VTuber model, but today I'm not because I'd rather sit in the dark. And I need light to be able to be a VTuber. It is the final countdown. Oh my god, what perfect timing.
You're so excited to debut.
We
We've
really,
been
really
looking
are.
forward to this for like over a month.
Oh, thank you for the follow, emoji. Also, you see how this alert plays, but my raid alert doesn't play? You see what I mean? Just broken stuff is what it is. Thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you for the
It just wanted to give it wanted to give more love to Bushi than it did to Leo. That's what it is. That's all it is.
Oh, there we go.
Hmm.
War Sect, Sky Marcher, Diamond Body, Vampiric. I actually got
Nice.
it with Sky Marcher. I don't care about the Diamond Body, Vampiric.
Mm-hmm.
Diamond Body, Eternal Engine. I can breed things off. I
Mm-hmm.
finally got one with Sky Marcher. Okay,
Nice.
so you
Insomnia.
have your Roger back now.
Okay. I will grab that soon. It's the final countdown. The final countdown. What didn't you sing for choir? Oh, you were lurking. Lurking is nice. We love lurkers. Sometimes I'll pick on lurkers. I'm just letting you know. I will. It is with love. If I ever like pretend talk to the lurkers. Let me, I need you to know, I never mean it in seriousness. So I sometimes, like earlier, I was like, I got in the raid earlier and like nobody followed, which is fine. No, that is fine. It happens a lot whenever raids happen. I don't get a follow because like people are just they're vibing, they're lurking and stuff like that. Totally fine. That is acceptable. So, but this one time, or earlier, I got a raid and I was like whispered. I was like, for any lurkers who are somewhat paying attention, you should leave me a follow right now. Kind of like that. And then I said, for that, those lurkers that were paying attention and heard me and chose to ignore me, fuck you. I don't mean it. It's with love.
I'm just messing around.
I know I have to run now, but all the best and stay high watered. High watered. I will stay high watered. And you have a great night. You have a great, great night. And get some sleep. Enjoy. And thank you so, so, so much for the raid. It meant a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful rest.
Mhm. Yes. I'm
We
gonna
definitely won't fry them
a
over
spit.
some coal.
I'm southern. Just call it a spit. Let me go level up Dahlia. Um, let's find out if Bobette the Builder is any better. Is we're gonna go fight Lylene again, mostly so we can level up Natalia or Dahlia. That's what we named her. Okay, all right. If the Batalias would fuck off, that'd be great. This is gonna be a very messy fight. There are so many pals near this Lylene. Okay, fine, 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 fine. Ready? Go, 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 go. And and okay. That is such a shit skill. Nope. Okay. Good, good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Now, hold on, hold on. Go ahead. Do your shit. Do your shit. We know. We know. We're running. Okay. Fuck, we're gonna get that Lulu. Shit. We pissed off the Lulu. It's okay. We'll come over here. We'll come over here. We'll come over here. Damn it. Damn it. Ugh. Okay, we gotta kill the Lulu. Oh, it might be dead. Okay, that's fine. Shit, 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 shit. Okay, okay. Get off. Swap to swap, swap. Go. Get on the ball. Get on the ball. Stay. Stay. Nope. Stay. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Spirit Emperor and Sleek Stroke. I'm glad she can swim. Jesus. They really do not want the passives I'm trying to give them. Okay, so she's leveled. Actually, we need to breed her still. We need to breed her with a Bushi. Let's get a Bushi, a good Bushi, male Bushi. I guess we only have the one male Bushi. That's fine. Get in there! I believe in you. Okay. God, they look so romantic. There's not enough cake. Damn it. Don't, don't you want me? Na 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 na. This is what I mean. I've heard this song a million times because my brain is off. Just, it is. Not even words. Go get cake. Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me, oh? Don't you want me, baby? Back this. We're gonna go this way. Okay. Okay. So here's the idea. We do not want ingredients in here anymore. Yeah. Ingredients only go in the fridge. Do you, that is an egg. That'd be funny if it was like an egg that needed cold. Um, that you put it in the fridge and then it hatches. You think
That
that
would
it
be
would.
cool.
You think that it would. You'd be like, oh shit, I don't have an incubator, but I'll just put it in the fridge. Do we want to make no? Let's make some more salad. Do that. We'll make more salad, and when we're done with that, we'll make more cake. But no, yeah. Okay, so we want 4 Patalia Ignises. Why? Because we have a section upstairs for fire pals and a Patalia Ignis. Yeah, you see. You meant how much faster cooking would go? Okie dokie. Love you too. Mm, love me. Crazy. Okay, no more cake. Okay, cool. Let us stop this guy from cooling for a time, for a bit. Just like okay, you just go like fucking find something else to do for a moment. No, doesn't exist. Go away. What do we got? A video. She has nothing good. Ah, another video with nothing good. We have so many diamond passes. We can use them. It's gonna be a mix. It's gonna be a mystery as to what kind of eggs we get. Why is it so bright in here? What the fuck? Dawn or something? What the fuck? Why is it so bright? I am so confused. Why is my house so bright? It's just like there's no light on over there. It's my hip lantern. I forgot about that. I was so confused, babe. I'm like walking around going like, why the fuck is it so bright? And I'm looking around and I flew away and I'm like, I don't understand. I'm like, there's no lights in here.
Uh-huh. It's a hipland.
I hate it. It might be really good in caves, but I hate it.
You can turn it off.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yakimos? That's fine. Like, I can't see how cool the Duelith Noct works at night, or looks at night. Alright, where's it at? Your house?
Yeah.
Okay. On my way! What? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Goodness. It's a dig toys. Thank you!
No, not that one.
Is it in the presents box? Nope.
What? Who put them in the front?
I'm just gonna go get the Yakimos. Oh my gosh! I see this is why. Okay. Okay. Can't wait to see what it is.
Yeah, it's not it.
Where is it? I hate it.
Oh my god, we took all the eggs. You can just take them back.
I don't have room.
Okay.
I have so many eggs. I have 3 eggs in my pocket.
Any spare ones you can just chuck.
That was stingy. In the present chest? Okay. Is the chest up here? I don't know what you're saying.
It's next to the next to the
Oh, that. Okay. Wee. Oh my god, it's a. Ooh, I like these. I'm gonna eat them. This for the boys. Alexa, what time is it? All right.
8:41. Oh wait, no. It is 8:41, bitch.
He still needs 14. Yes, please.
Okay, back.
Hmm? I just left. Of
Yeah, they
course.
take like a minute. If they're not a large egg, they take a minute. If they're a large egg, they take
Mm.
8.
Oh my. Meow, 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 meow. I'm sorry. God, you're gonna make everybody so uncomfortable. I don't know. You ask. You tell me.
My wife's eyes because they're very beautiful.
Not while this song is going on. This feels like a private moment, intimate moment during this song. I don't know who adds these to playlists, man. They should be reserved for a very specific kind of playlist. So close. 6 more. Yeah, did I put new eggs in there? I don't think I did. I think I just fucking ignored that
I
shit.
have.
I'm just gonna stare at them. I'll fan you off. Um, just look at this guy. You won't be so hot. He's gonna be so. He's gonna be better than. He's gonna be better than Sonic. I'm actually kind of curious how close Sonic is too. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna change like that one because it's too many. I will take that one and that one, that one, and that one, and that one, and that. Oops, and that. Get squished, bitch.
Did you like your gift?
The remedies, yes. I said I will consume them right away, and I did.
Oh, God. Oh, it's better.
Nice. But mm-hmm. Chico. Curious. A video with vampiric. Not really. And a video called Remarkable Craftsmanship. Yep. Impatient and Diamond Body. We love that one. That one's good. That was a really good one. Creamies. It's Creamies. Remarkable Craftsmanship and Diamond Body again. It had twins. And we're gonna use both of those. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Do we have any cake in here? No, sweet. Okay, that's done. That is done. I know it's done because. Well, I mean, done as far as like until I get to like breeding them all, but girl and girl. They're both girls, but I can sex change them, and that's fine. Oh, fuck. They're not done. Damn it. They would have been done. They would have been done too, but they're not. Do you know why?
Why is that?
They're alphas. God damn it. So close. It's fine. 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 I'm not putting anything in them, like alpha wise. Like I'm not I don't have my bron cherry. So we're working on now. Cornelia plus a Moldron, which is going to be the next Manica. Although we could do better than a Prunelia this time because we have more things with more things on them. Like this Lily Noct, for example, has remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric, and demon god, which is a bit much, okay? There's a few things. Okay, let me see what makes Reptiro. I'm gonna do a little bit of gotta pull up my sheet. Oh, speaking of pulling up my sheet, I have a lot to log. That, uh, that, 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 that. Wait, did I get the serpent or the serpent tower? Just regular serpent, okay. Um, yeah, I got that mean thing. Set that up, but now we need to see if we want the child to be a reptile. And we want the mama to be a daisy. What do we need? No, too many steps. What about a Lily Noct? That'd be really weird. We're gonna get there. Okay, Lily Noct plus Rayhound or Desi Noct or Valentail or Dynasum Lux equals Reptiro. Okay. Yeah, I need one Reptiro, one really good one. So this is a male, and this is a. I'm gonna go ahead and give a sex change to this other Lilene. Do I want to do this one? This one. Okay, yeah. Welcome back. I'm just gonna keep that lightly knocked. To level that bitch, and I also need to level. No, I don't need to level. I need a sex change. Lulu. There we go. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Diamond body and remarkable craftsmanship and philanthropist on an Ophidia. Please, for the love of God, be normal. Just diamond body on that Ophidia. Claro que no. Wait. I lied. Philanthropist, diamond body, and remarkable craftsmanship on a normal fucking Ophidia.
Oh,
Yes. You don't need vampiric on this Lily Knock or demon god, to be honest. We'll keep the other one for breeding, but this one is going to be a worker. Demon god's really cool, but it just doesn't really make sense on a worker. Is not relevant on this one, so we'll give it. I guess she could be impatient, whatever. Wait, is she vampiric? No, she's not. So we're gonna give her insomnia. We're gonna give her work slave. Nice. Literally only need one more. Come on. So I want two for this base. Being. Is that the one that's currently breeding right now? Is one breeding right now? I'm so confused. Hold on. Is breeding right now. Remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric demon.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Welcome in, Jay. Thank you so much for the follow.
welcome in, welcome in.
hope you're having a good time. And I mean, I assume you're having a good time. It'd be really weird if you followed me and you were having a bad time. Freaking masochist, I guess. I don't know.
You're in a mood today.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm just insulting everybody today. I'm so sorry. I'm only a little sorry though, so don't expect too much. I'm sorry. I'm gonna squish this one. What in the world? Mommy can also with the visitors. Do you need meat of any kind, even like as far as like scutless sashimi, gloopy tentacles, jelly at bell flesh, Gelroy bell flesh, muncho meat? I want to tame this guy. I want to catch him. Babe, help me. Come help me. I want to catch him. He's a legendary game hunter. I need him. I need him. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I got him. I got him in this room without his bodyguards present.
They're being trapped outside. They can't help.
Oh, shit. You know nothing. Can't prove it.
Swift.
Can't prove it. Ah, shit. They're lighting my house on fire. Holy fuck.
They summoned Noglins, huh? I think they saw you, man.
Okay, look, 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 look. No, no, no. It's okay. Let me die. Let me die. It's okay. They'll leave me alone. They'll leave me alone. I'm sorry. I'll give up.
They leave alone doesn't mean your base. Stop attacking, huh?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to another base. I tried. That guy had such good meat. I wanted him. God, man, I hope they didn't break my stuff. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Let me not do that in my base next time. Hi, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, really, truly. Truly, I'm sorry. Oh my god, they're still attacking.
Yeah, I don't think they stop attacking.
Oh my god, it's my Swee. Why is my Swee alive and attacking these guys, bruh? Sweet, calm down. Okay, look, 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 look. Sweet, sweet. Yeah, see? See? Everything's cool. Everything's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's all cool. Man, I got so much shit to repair now. I'm just gonna pull something like who's good at handy stuff? Let me get fucking Sekhmet out here. Go ahead, go fix my shit. I got a battalion. Okay, you see these guys walking around?
Mm-hmm.
There is a there is a guy who is a legendary hunter. I really don't.
Yeah, he's up here.
Yeah, look at what he's selling. Right? You see why I wanted him. I'm not crazy. Like, I did want him for a reason. Make sure nothing up here broke. I don't know if I could try attacking him again. Or catch him. Can I catch there and knock him? I'm just not.
1% chance?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm.
Did he just.
The only thing I need in my base right now are Anubis and Sekhmet. Who's Anubis? Who's Yakima though?
Zaya.
Oh. Well, we tried something. It didn't work. Well, they wind up being here for a while. It's all of them. Like that's just how it works. All right, let's see. They didn't break nearly as much as I thought they would have, so that's good. And it looks like the important stuff was fine. Even like some of the like pillars and stuff they broke, it didn't wind up breaking any of the structural stuff above it, which is good.
Yeah, yeah, not.
Sekhmet's just vibing. All right. Oh, I do need to fix the trough, the feeding trough, because that got broken. But it's fine. I found a bag and it had all of the salad in it. Anybody alive? No, not the dead people. But I guess I can go kill, I'm just gonna go kill the Lilene this time. Unless it has particularly good stats. Because, like, I just
That's just what you do.
cannot be fucked. Cannot be fucked to try and catch her right this moment when I have, like, nothing at my base and I'm trying to clean up. I literally just need those two pals to be leveled up. 65, 95, 88. Seem better. Sweet. Kind of probably would have been the perfect time to get it because I did just get him to 4 stars, but whatever. Mm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now breed in the full sex to hopefully get whipped.
Got some good Ophidias. I just don't know if they're alpha or not.
Okay.
Let's see what we got. So Ophidia and Lilene Mock. We need a name for Ophidia. Let me see. Ophelia and Seraphina. I like it. How you spell Ophelia? Nope. Let's see. Sort. Oops. Sort by Palpedia number. Palpedia number.
One more research, then we're getting the physical max we can from research boost on.
Nice. No, no.
Get like the
Two with demon god and diamond body, but no remarkable craftsmanship. Shit. Okay, so I've got one Ophelia. Ophelia, whose name is Ophelia. That's who got here. Oops. Okay, I need names for. I need contradicting or opposite names for Lilene and Lilene Knock. Ooh, Sol and Luna. I love that. Mhm. This one's the one I'm leveling. Or from Luna? And I'm not gonna name a Lilene just yet, just because I haven't got my Lilene. Let's go with Ophelia. Is she better? Better size? Oh my god, the size for the Ophelia, normal size, is actually reasonable.
oh,
Oh, that's got philanthropist. That's unhelpful. Entirely unhelpful. Gonna have faith. That I'm gonna have faith. I'm gonna have faith, faith, faith. Alright, who was supposed to be in my pockets? Oh, never mind. It was the taming group. Let's see. The summer of 69. This one has remarkable craftsmanship and diamond body, but they're alphas. I've got to get something else on this Cornelia. Oh, and I forgot I was going to name Cornelia Saturn. Yeah, it's fine. Which one do you want?
I mean, the one.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I have my Lily knocked. You're good. And I don't need to give her nocturnal, so, or insomnia. I can give her. Let's give her. No, let's give her ferocious. Really, she'll be. Nope, I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna pretend with that. She's gonna. No. Let's give her some defense. And where's Lulu? Lulu's name is gonna be Lulu because it's fucking perfect, anyways. As is perfect. Yeah. Make it squish into that one. 69. Good, good, good. Oh man, we are one away from having all four Patelia Ignises. And that's not even very many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. We have 6. One we started with, and 3 of them are good. Yeah, right? I'm gonna go ahead and squish this one. That was super chaotic, and it put me in a on edge mood. Not edgy. I'm edgy now. I'm a fucking edge lord.
A monster of edging.
Oh my. Where's Lulu? Go squish into that other Lulu. Yeah. Oh lord. Pervert. My ass. So what were we breeding? We were breeding Lily Knox with a duelith not. Duelith not, yes. So let's do this female with this nail. Wait. That one. Has to get in the video. Let's see if that's even fucking necessary. Uh, so far, still yes. Okay. I'm not sure I have a breeding bird of their luxes. I have a breeding pair of Hellzephyr luxes. Okay, let's put Bazzy back out there. Nat. No, that's just a random muffly. Here's Nat. Here's the head muffly. Actually, since all of my shit fucking broke, I might as well take this opportunity to. Well, not shit broke. Might as well use this opportunity to move the crops. Okay.
Swim, swim.
Oh. Oh. I've never done that. What are you trying to get? You trying to get cores? Oh. I mean, I have some crude oil if you want some. Okay.
He dies. That's all.
Hmm?
Oh, but you're actually gonna start talking to me, or else I can melt.
Oh, shit.
Chasing man.
I don't know what she's saying, but I hear, ain't nobody gonna break my spine. I don't know what she's saying. Ain't nobody gonna break my spine. You hear it?
You what?
Ain't nobody gonna break my spine. You hear that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You can pull them out now.
Yeah, yeah. Comprehension of
Apparently. It is because we've been playing so much Palworld. Our brain is dead. I am going to star these two to keep because they're exactly what I want, but they're alphas. So that way I don't accidentally squish them. Oh, that's not where I'm going. That's going to take me a minute. These two would be good if they were warriors, which they're not. Oh, chicken, a cow, and a bee. Bee. Nugget.
pheromones for a couple. That would be. Can't take too long in an area. That would be something I just stop.
See, I see. So you just have to keep going.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the dramatic ignis.
You got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? If you see that you are mine, I'll be there till the end of time. You got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go? It's always tease, tease, tease. You got me when I'm on my knees. One day after the next is back. If you want me off my back, let me know. Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble. And if I stay, it will be double. Come on and let me know. This indecision's bugging me. If you don't love me, that's free. Should be. Bit me. Let me know. Where should I go? Why are they all boys? That's fine. I don't mind. Cookers, I guess. Nice. I have a Battaglia Ignis with Night Owl. Hold on. Did that have Night Owl and Insomnia? No, it doesn't. I'm just gonna get rid of Night Owl though. Will be trouble. And if I stay, it will be double. This one's good. This one's good to go. Oh, I should probably level it though. Let you keep Artisan. My Battaglia Ignises are gonna be secret warriors because they all have demon god. Is there a is this gonna be it? Is this gonna be the time? Is this gonna be it? We need this. Please, Lylene. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 9:37 p.m.
Okay, so an hour. Please, 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 please. Okay, we'd like the highest chance right now. Okay, that once it gets you flash ability sucks. So I'm gonna swap that out after this. And I keep meaning to, I really do. Ah, shit, I triggered a battalion. My bad, my bad. What the fuck? I killed it. How? How did I kill it? I don't think it was me. I think it was the. Oh, it might have been a battalion that did it because I've got my glasses on. There's no fucking way it was me. Well, at least the battalions are leveled up. I need fire names for my fire flowers.
Sinisthere is dead. understood it. It was just in the end section.
Oh no.
Standing there.
Mm. Nice, nice. If you want more, I have plenty. Yeah. Good, 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 good. Those three. Oh yeah, Wumpo. Where's Wumpo? Otherwise, nothing's going anywhere. I do. Hot stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm missing. What else am I? What should their names be? Okay, I need names. I need 4 names. Gender neutral. Floral sounding, but also fiery. Hmm. Cinder bloom, ash thorn, cinder rose, and blaze briar. I hate all of those. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's perfect. Okay. So the first one we have here is Rowan. Then we have Saffron. Now, I'm going to save the other two because I don't know if they're going to be girls or boys. Actually, hold on. One of them is a boy. Okay, so this one's going to be Poppy. And hopefully the last one's a girl because it's Marigold. Nice. This one's sleeping, not 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 sleeping. So we need. What am I trying to get here? Oh yeah, I'm trying to get one more Ophidia. I do need another Frosty boy. I do need 2 Frosty boys. One's because I'm gonna have to get the new cooler too. I need a waterer. Don't think I'm gonna need another gatherer because like I'm pretty sure that like all these guys also do gathering. Not gather, transporting. My goal is just make sure nobody wants to chop trees. Okay. I think we're all right. Remarkable craftsmanship and immortality. I'm okay with that as a combination. Look at the other ones. Vampiric and diamond body, which would be good if I need remarkable craftsmanship, immortality, and diamond body. If that one's an alpha, I'm gonna be so mad. It's normal. Oh, thank goodness.
That's good. That's good.
What was her name gonna be? Ophelia and Seraphina. I am gonna need the gender change her, but you know. Oh, I need to level. We can squish the others into Seraphina. These guys can go back in the box. Round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record, baby, right round, right round. Oh, she comes back so fucking fast, bruh. She's also mad for some reason. I didn't do anything, bruh. I just got here and you came over angry. You know why I was coming though, didn't you? You knew why I was coming.
Sunshine,
I've got, oh
lollipops,
my god,
and
rainbows,
rainbows, everything
everything
that's
that's
wonderful
beautiful
is what
is
I
wonderful.
feel
Okay,
when
I
we're
accidentally swapped
together.
chats. I'm so sorry. My chat is in the background right now. I don't know who followed me. Thank you so much for the follow. I will thank you. Was Minuna, thank you so much. I'm probably gonna go figure out how that's actually supposed to be pronounced. I don't know if that's actually correct. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'll find out. I'll find out when I get back.
Looks like a Korean.
Oh, very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay, 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 okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do. Okay, swap, swap, swap. Right, right. Swap, swap. Get on the puppy. Get on the puppy. Nope, don't hurt. Don't hurt. Nope, no, 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 no. Don't hurt. Don't hurt. Don't hurt. Minuna. Minuna? Sweet, sweet, sweet. No, 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 no. Don't hurt the dog.
You okay, my love? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in.
I'm trying to get this Lylene, and he keeps hitting Bobette. Bullshit! Are you kidding me? Why? Man. Again, no, the Lylene died. It's not me. It is not me killing it. It is the frickin' Batalias who get triggered by her big giant attacks. It is so hard.
Thank you for the follow, menu.
Thank you, Minuna. I really appreciate it. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. I'm so sorry. I had it tapped over. I had it tapped over because I'm trying to keep a list of like what I want to name my new pals. Mm. Look at, I just realized that the Wumpo Botan and the Lylene look very similar, like they're related somehow. Distant cousins, maybe. Good, good, good.
I'm not going to get paid back.
Comfortable. We need one more battalion, baby. Okay, well, at least my Ophelia or Seraphina leveled up. Riding to the danger zone. To the danger zone. Have you been playing? Have you been playing Palworld 2, Minuna? Yes, it is like all we do right now. To the danger zone. I gotta get into the duelist breeding too. That's for the workshop though. That is gonna be its own fucking beast. I don't play games, but I do like see people play the Palworld one. Ooh, you should. Do you not like games, or you just prefer watching people play? I know that there's both. Sometimes people just like to watch. Danger zone. Watching is fun. Yucky. I cannot get. Oh, you don't have a device that will run the games? Ooh. Okay, that's definitely something to work towards then, if it's something that you're interested in. Thankfully, I don't think this game is super intensive, is it? I don't know.
You broke the laptop that you put in yours.
Oh, big roof. Was it on purpose? Were you just angry? You just throw it against a wall. Sometimes I rage, man. You know, sometimes you just gotta let it out. Throw your laptop against the wall. It is what it is.
Do not take professional advice from.
Oh my god, I need to get another fucking Wumpo. I need another Wumpo because my friggin' my my words ranch is being neglected.
I hope you enjoy your time.
Oh yes, for sure, for sure. You know what? Maybe it's multitasking. Is she multitasking maybe?
Oh, you don't know exactly what happened on the screen. Laptops are sometimes very fragile.
Mm-hmm. You guys don't need to plant. You guys just need to water. Oh, I did not give Seraphina insomnia. Yeah, she's got dragon killer.
Seraphina, killer of dragons.
That's a shame. Remarkable craftsmanship and demon god. Fabulous. Serious and insomnia? Dude, you had everything I wanted on you. Okay. Alright, go on. And it's a girl named Marigold. Mm. Okie dokie. I don't know what it's happening in 30 minutes. The crash?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah. The down, sorry, God.
What were you saying?
The downside about all the battalias getting exactly what I needed them to get is like there was nothing to compress.
Oh no.
They're all like exactly like yeah.
Yeah.
The beautiful queen
I
from
had
the
a
river
laptop
sea.
for school once, and getting out of bed, did that fact for a while.
That's what happened to my flute. Except for I stood on it and bent in half, and I bent it back, and everybody's like, "Why do your flute sound like shit?" I don't know, man. It's so weird. I must just not really be that good.
Maybe it's the extra holes from offended.
I really wasn't good at. I wasn't good at the flute, anyways. It's not like I missed out on like missing out on anything. All right, let's see if we can get another one bow. What air? What air? What are the other one bows? I am the one, but the kid's not my son. Okay, so we're keeping this male as far as this one we can take and squish into the rest of them. Right. Just remember to always think twice. Don't just think twice. My base is so fucking aesthetic, dude. I do need to get another one though. That's what I was looking for. In the round, babe. My farm is getting neglected. Wumpo, wumpo. Demon God and immortality. Well, I guess I can breed them together. My lover is just a girl. I want, but the kid's not mine. Oh no! Oh no!
I do exactly the same thing with my wolf.
I love that you have a trash emote.
It is so cute.
It's adorable.
It is adorable.
I think Min, really likes people who live in trash cans.
I have a trash.
You do, yeah.
Trash.
Do I have a trash emote? I also love this base. Said I love this base. Said he loves my base.
You have me, yes.
I'm trying to see if I have me. I don't know if I uploaded it. I don't think I did. Oh, yeah, I did. I lied. Ha ha ha.
You have you?
Yep.
Let's go! All of us are in trash.
I love that we all have different expressions for being in the trash, too. Like, Tristan's just pleased as punch. I'm crying for being trash. I love it. Oh, it is for tier 2 sub? Yeah, that's what you need to do. You need to get that tier 2 sub so you can use the me in a trash can emote. Alright, let me get some cake. Oh my god, food is gonna. Oh my lord. Bruh. I really need another Wumpo. Look, okay, you know how I gave all of my farm creatures like remarkable craftsmanship? They are ridiculously producing. Like, it is insane. I don't even think the crops are keeping up. Like,
Like,
it's.
is my trash one tier three? Or
What?
was trash one tier two?
Mine's tier 2.
It was tier two.
Well, here's the thing. Here's my thing. I had a philosophy, and my philosophy was if you want to call me trash, you're gonna pay me for it. I think I also have one that is a dumb emote that is tier 3. Let me think. I think so. I know that I have some also locked behind like bit levels. Specifically because I'm like, if you want.
You wanna be mean to me?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can be mean to me if you want. Let's see. Trash is tier 2. Dum Dum is tier 3. And then Take My Money is the bits tier 1. So if you give me 1,000 bits, you can use a take my money emote. I think Al might be able to use it now. As many times as they just throw 10 cents at me from time to time. I'm sure they've sent me 1,000 over. Oh my god. Whew, the next badge. Like, he definitely already has that unlocked. He had that unlocked a long time ago. Have you seen how many how many bits he's donated? Hi, Brando.
Um, yeah, almost 50K.
Yep.
That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
The part's like so cute once you have.
Mm-hmm. That is so cute. How you doing today, Brando?
Yeah, how are you, Brando?
My
It's
face
always good to see you,
is
Brando.
taking shape. I'm so excited, and I just
Is this your
can't hide it.
first time stopping?
Eh? Nah. I need to set one of the videos to just be for the mill. What's wrong with Dazzy? Oh shit. What did I do? Dazzy, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make it to where you don't know. You didn't want to generate electricity. That's like your entire job.
Okay, I'm getting us another
Okay.
another palette.
Nice. Good, good, good. All right, we has a Wumbo egg.
It has Wumpo,
Wumbo egg.
Wumpo egg, Wumpo Votan, or Wumpo Wumpo?
Wumbo Botan.
Votan.
We don't do Wumpos in this household. Just like, look at this shit. Babe, come here. You know how I just cleaned up the fucking farm a second ago?
Yeah. So much. So much milk and cake.
These are only at ranching level 1. I
They just got
haven't even put ranch books in it
vendors or
yet.
something.
I don't even think I will because this is this is crazy. Unless, of course, I find that the crops are like super overproducing, and in which case. Oh my lord. Babe, I have 2,145 eggs.
Oh, that's just one.
I have 689 milk and 2,353 fucking honey.
So much.
Cow is slacking.
I have just given us another base slot. Not base slot,
Nice.
pal slot.
Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What was I doing? What was I doing? Right. I was gonna tell this bitch to make flour.
Oh yes, at any point you can take your Roger back as well.
Oh yes, you did tell me that. I meant to do that. Would you like to do a swap? In exchange for my Roger, I give you a really awesome Incineram. That's yours. You're giving me mine back. I'm giving you yours back. No, I just meant like I'll take it. I'll just put it out here. Wait, did you not put it out here?
Oh, I'll put it back. I didn't realize you came over here. There it goes.
You turned it into an Incineram.
Wow. Magic.
Your base is taking some kind of shape.
It is indeed some kind of shake. Shape. It's very messy and I love it.
I'm afraid if you break one pillar, your entire base is going to fall.
Ah,
Hey, look, the Incinerant came was helping you make cake, and then you just yoinked him.
yeah. Fuck you.
Oh my god. Why suddenly does this base actually make your Jormuntide look bigger? How is that even possible? Yeah, it's even bigger than usual. I think I'm just used to seeing all my pals right now, and they're all pretty small by comparison.
Get on the bell, please. Get out.
Down under. Okay, so we were going to look up a different way of getting what we wanted because we have different pals now that have more than what the Prunelia has. So if we combine a Lilian Noct with a Rayhound, a Dazzy Noct, a Valentail, or a Dinosaur Lux, we can get a Reptero. And then same with the Reptero, the Foxicles, the Reptero Crest. So because we have all like really good stats on our Lilian Noct. Not stats, perks, passives, whatever. Like they're all fucking right there. Remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric, and demon god. I think that's a pretty cool setup. So if we take this and we put this down here, and then we find we need a female, so it's going to be one of whatever that is that has that's a female. Do we have a Dinosaur Lux that is a female? Sweet. Although its defense is one. I think that's all we have. Anyways. Do we have a Dazzy Noct? I don't think we do. I keep on loving you. Oh, that's the only thing I wanna do. All right, we'll do here. Just wanna sleep. I just wanna keep on loving you. Yeah. Now, theoretically, we have a Reptiro with all the good stats of the Lilane. And then we'll have a Reptiro. Let's see. There's going to come a point where we're just breeding trash.
Trash tissue.
The only thing I wanna do. Just wanna sleep. I just wanna keep on loving you. I'm just gonna put this here for now. Sometimes we need this, sometimes we don't. Right now we do not. Mostly we only really need it if we have dark pals because they seem to really like it cold. Now I'm gonna head over to the workshop, put some stuff away, and talk to Gary. We do want to get an ephedrine for, okay, so ephedrine for water at the base. That's just to operate the crusher. Um, we're going to have a Reptiro and a Reptiro Christ. Okay, I need to make notes. I need to make notes at the other base. Alexa, what time is it? It's 10:12. Okay, very close. Okay. I'm gonna swap out the puppies. Oh shit. Let me go kill the Lilene first, so I can level up this Battalia. Okay, Lilene knocked works. Okay, I need to make a cooling. Okay, let me see. I need to make a sign first. Make cooler food thing. Okay, I need to swap out the puppies. I'm so fucking nervous. It's gonna be a supply drop. I just feel it. I feel it. Oh, it just hates me. Hopefully, I've got Sonic. Uh, what do we want? Reptera Crest. We want Alphedron Aqua. I don't know how to spell that shit. No, that's not. Too many. Too many. What in the world? Figure it out. Okay. Um, two Celine for workbench. Trying to keep track. Why is there lettuce on the floor? Bless you. Oh my god.
My nose fell out.
My other. Brolohas. Oh shit, that's right. Yeah. I need to make the Brolohas. Broloha. I don't even really, I honestly don't need like a perfect one because it's not doing anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think what I'm gonna do is just get one and then
I have
I'm just,
instant two star.
oh, that'd be great. And then it's gonna do nothing. It's not an alpha, is it?
Literally just as a it says as a
Okay, I can just
two
squish it
star
into the.
button.
What the fuck? Damn it.
Just squishing materials with all my spells. should be.
Alexa, what time is it? 4 minutes. I gotta pee really quick. Ah! Berries on here. It's not like I'm lacking for planters and gatherers here. You know, the waterers are amazing. The planters and gatherers are aplenty because I've decided I want every fucking flower creature here. I have Lilian, Lilianoc, Prunellia, Petalia, Petalia ignis times 4. My base looks fucking great.
Yeah, I think you're set.
I've got the Wumpo, which I'm trying to get another one for because kinda can be kinda. Da, 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 da.
Yeah, I had just been letting people make stuff. Like I put one berry farm down, and I have over.
Yeah, I have not. I mean, I haven't really the only thing I've done is tell them not to chop wood, and I've told the Ophelias not to plant because it's like I've got so many things planting. I don't need them also planting.
Yeah.
Like Dahlia right now is transporting, but everything's fucking transporting because because my Wumpo's breeding, trying to breed another Wumpo so that we can actually get these things from the ranch picked up. This stuff is getting neglected, but there's so much of it. Mhm. Please be a meteorite. Please be a meteorite. Where are you?
I'm in a cave
Oh, okay.
in the.
Damn it. When the last one a supply drop too? What is it like every 2 or every 3 is a fucking supply drop? Or every 3 is a
It
sleeve?
feels like.
I don't know. There were some Tokotokos I just grabbed and ran. Handbook, speed elixirs.
You can have. I just need one more speed remedy, and then I.
How do I know what the cap? How do I know what I'm at?
So open up your inventory and then click on enhanced stats, even if you don't have any pointers to put into it. And
Okay.
you can see the yellow number
Yeah.
is your elixirs.
Okay.
It has a max of 50 combined with yellow and blue.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Have to go take my Wumpos. I got one with remarkable craftsmanship, but that's like all it had on it. And it's fine. Like, I can put something else on it. I think I'm gonna stop them breeding. Because even if, like, I'll figure something out. Like, I don't necessarily, I just need it. I need it to have remarkable craftsmanship. I don't need it to have anything else. Mm. Ooh, remarkable craftsmanship and light-footed? Excuse me?
Oh,
That one's new. That was not part of the group. But it also has, I think it has insomnia. Yeah, insomnia, ferocious, and light-footed.
nice.
Oh my god. I need to now make a fucking Wumpo saddle. Because that'd be hilarious. Mounted jump count? Hell yeah. I don't even know if we could jump at all. Laura. I'm gonna name this one Fauna. There we go. Swap the puppies back out. I can give one more shot to the Lilene before we get back to work. Maybe. So I still get kind of weirdly triggered when when you come in. Like you come in and then you start petting my head like that.
Yeah.
It's not your fault. It's really not. And I know you're
It's
doing it to
just
be
a
loving. It's just it's a
previous
it's
relationship trauma.
yeah. And it sucks because it's like I just want to like accept all the love, and my initial reaction is just like knee jerk. It's like, ugh. That's not at all how I feel like towards you or anything. It's just
No. E-
no. I'm just need a little patience, I guess. Whenever was 5 times how many pals do I have at that base? 18, 20, 5 times 100. Never mind. I realized I could just type 20 and it'll be fine. Give me exactly what I need. Gary produced 100 nails. Good job. Basically, the way I'm getting the number of beds that I need, because I'm trying to upgrade their beds to nice beds. Not like the big ones, just nicer beds.
The big ones take up so much room.
They take up so much room, right? It's like what do you want from me? Take up so much room. I'm just making all the beds here before I take it over there. Two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, I need more boards. Bing, 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 da, ding. Yeah. I used to think, baby, you love me. Now, baby, I'm sure. And I just can't wait till the day when I walk through the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Oops. Walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine. I'm walking on sunshine.
Hey, I'm walking in.
You sang the song for choir? So wild. I never would have guessed. Lucy, you were so funny. Very talented. I know. And also very humble. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Welcome in, Star Trek Orchid. Welcome in, welcome in. There's a cute mouse. I like this. Orchid, yes, yes. Cute. That's adorable. Cool with a charming voice and humble and chill. Oh yeah, yeah. I can tell. Love, I'll be the love, I'll be the day. Oh, okay. They broke my pal statue. 2, 3, 6, 8. Oh no, that's not gonna work. I hate that. Okay, guys, go away, go away. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna build this here. 6, 7, 8, 10, Celestial is on fire. Birdash.
It is the bird dash.
BDS boy, fuck that dude. Hamble. Oh, I did just realize you said Hamble, didn't you? I clearly misread that. That's funny.
Mm-hmm. UC is a great hand.
Very Hamble. Yeah. Not like it's new. Are these empty? The entire time I could have been hatching more duelith Nox. Dude, I have so many still in storage. Just, fuck.
You're gonna be able to make so much duelist knock juice.
Hmm. I am going to go hit a rock.
Oh, nice. Diana.
I should do that. I do. That was on my list of things to make. I was like working towards it and then I stopped for some reason. Because I got distracted probably.
Distracted by reading.
What? Me? No, no, that could never. That could never be me. Distracted? No, that doesn't sound like something I would do. That sounds like something you would do.
Oh no, she's correct. I've abandoned like 14 different tasks today because I've been distracted.
So how those bosses going?
I saw a schematic tile, so I grabbed it, but now I'm going back to the boss.
No, you're good. Why is this egg so big? I'm not gonna hatch this. I mean, I'll hatch it. I'll hatch it, but we're not keeping it. It's gonna get squished.
Egg.
It's an alpha, and I do not want an alpha Reptiro.
Era.
I need my... Let's go. I'm back, Gemini. I'm gonna go attempt to catch Lylene again. As you do. For about 40 times a day. Now let's make sure I got the right doggo. Yep, Bobette the Builder. shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Please. Please. Please.
There it is, Swift Sky Mantra Tunnel Engine.
Nice. That's fantastic. Now let's see if I can get my Yakima to do its fucking job. Come on. You know, 1 health, bruh. Please stop. Just get in the ball before something kills you because you're dumb. It has remarkable craftsmanship.
Which one does?
Lylene.
Nice!
I'm so happy. Oh my god.
German tiny.
That's amazing. Is it a girl? I don't
I'm so happy.
know. Bruh. Yes, it's a girl. Aw. Well, it's an alpha. That's fine. We expected that, so we're gonna breed it. So girl, boy. The of the tiger. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah,
You can't
wah,
tell they're
wah.
made for each other.
He's alright. The eye of the tiger. Oh my god, can you guys, like, please just, like, fucking go upstairs? I know you think that's where you are right now, but it's not, and it's weird that you're staring there, watching the Lyleens boink.
It's people like to watch. As your own. Yeah, it was making me hydrate.
Oh no.
I have water. I don't have water. No.
Probably.
I'm full.
Do I? Yep. I meant no, I don't. Of course I don't.
It's your shake it over here. It's out and
Ba-dum,
the
bam,
banana.
bam.
So
Ba-da-now, ba-da-now, ba-da-now. Dance on the floor in the round, babe. She told me her name was Billie Jean and she comes to see. All right, we really need to do the boss battles. I'm sick and tired of doing with these little fucking shits. Even if they're at half, whatever. Okay, I think he brought me a Berloha, but I don't know. Okay, the last one was at 10:30. Check again at 1. Yep. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Panic, and the Panic. Oh my God, Panic's incoming. Shall I panic because my notification didn't go off? Thank you for the follow. Oh Lord, welcome in, raiders. Hi, my name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom, who has run away to do dishes, I think, or put something in the sink. I don't know what he did. I was too busy trying to write down what my supply drop was. Thank you so much for the follow. Panic and Epic. Welcome in, welcome in. So, have you guys been playing a lot of Palworld? Because we have been. Giving a follow to a stream on the home. That's amazing. That's fantastic. I love that. I love meeting people who also stream with their partners. That makes me so happy. Oh, yes, that's exactly what we've been doing. We have been streaming constantly, like constantly. If you look at our VODs, it's like every day is just like 16 hours, 16 hours, 16 hours. Yesterday we had a doctor appointment, so it's only 9 hours. But it's fantastic. We're having such a good time. This is our second play. It's like you rated into you. See, you get it. You get it. You get it. It's fantastic. I'm gonna follow you back. I'm gonna follow you back because I like that. Is Epic your person? I'm trying to click on you and clearly I don't know how buttons work on Twitch. I am so dumb. No, no. Okay, Epic's a stray you picked up. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's Lucy for us. Oh, I love it. Your model's so cute. Uh, Follow. There we go. Okay, so because you guys are rating in, I want to say that you gifted them both the game. Oh, fabulous. That's amazing. Okay, so I wanted to update. I update everybody who raids in. So we are having a double debut coming up August 1st. It is our 1 year wedding anniversary, and we have decided to celebrate it by debuting uh new models, right? We're currently like our gift tuber form currently. I'm usually in my model, but I don't want to turn on the light right now. So I'm just doing my little gift tuber thing right now so I could sit in the dark and do my little dungeon troll thing. Um but yeah, so we're having a double debut, and then on August 1st, and then that week afterwards is going to be a week-long subathon. So that should be fun. And then, but like until then, we are playing a disgusting amount of Palworld. So if you want to follow for that, or follow for just vibing with us while we play Palworld, totally fine. Either way. And I'm having a great time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you want to see me do stupid things like watch a, legendary meat seller dude come in here and me try and hide him so that people don't see that I'm trying to catch him with a ball and I have like a 0.25 chance even with a legendary ball and I try and throw it naturally. I don't catch him, so then they decide to freaking explode my base. Sometimes shit happens. If you like watching people breed, we the Sundari Dormat. Oh God. What did I say? If Common is a stray, then I'm the idiot who showed up, never got asked to leave and stay because of it. Fair enough. Oh yeah. Like it's disgusting how much. Okay, look, I want to show you what I've done today. Just today. Just today. Okay. Get this. This is just today. I want you to know. I started off this morning by fishing. Or was it yesterday? I don't remember. Okay. Days are blending together. Okay. By fishing. Okay. So, Fauna has remarkable craftsmanship and light-footed, right? Ryoma, demon god, diamond body, immortality. Bobette the Builder, because it was Bob the Builder, but then I needed this. Swift and remarkable craftsmanship because you know what? You can't breed anything with a Lylene except for a Lylene. You can't breed anything with a Selene except for a Selene. So what do you have to do? You have to catch them with the stats. And what do you do with the Yakumo? Is when you catch, it says it has a chance of getting the passives that are on it. So awesome. Does chat also struggle to keep you focused on your task? You not someone who gets distracted by every shiny thing. I don't typically get distracted by shiny things, but occasionally chat does get me distracted, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Oh, you're on your first playthrough? I played a while back when it first came out, and then I didn't play for a long time. Then I played again up to like level 30. I never beat the game. I never beat the game or anything like that. I never got to max level or whatever until like recently. Um, so I got to like the level 30s or whatever in a playthrough just to kind of like refresh myself because I knew that the update was coming. And I was like, all right, let's refresh myself on how to play this game because otherwise, when I start streaming it, I'm going to be an idiot because like I can't remember how buttons work. No. I took it. I get distracted sometimes, but I normally it's normally my own fault that I get distracted. Hey, would you like to recommend Panic? And Panic has a person too. They also stream with their hubby.
Hello?
And they're also playing Palworld. My hubby has returned.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. So I went in and I knew it was gonna be I wanted to get refreshed on the controls because I had been playing a lot of I don't
Thank you,
remember.
thank you.
I don't remember what
I
the heck I was
returned
playing
home with
before.
my
All I know now is Palworld. I don't know what I was doing before this. So so
Oh,
we
by the way,
started a
follow my
playthrough and we
Insta.
were like, oh well, we want to make sure that we can get to see all the content and it goes up to like 20 times experience. So we're like, all right, we'll boost it to like three because I played Arc, right? And I was like, three
Oh,
times experience is not that bad. So I was like, it's not that bad, so we'll just go ahead and increase it to three times experience so we can actually, make some decent progress. Yeah. Well, three times on this server means that we are level 80 at the end of like day two.
we will literally max like
And we're just like,
before we did the whole campaign.
"Y-
Ever.
yeah, yeah. And we're
I
just
think
like, yeah. And so we're just like, okay, well, this isn't fun being max level before you need to. Now we've been taking our sweet time. I'm currently level 73, but most of what we've been doing is breeding. I did some
literally it's
exploring,
mostly Britain.
and we're getting ready to do this boss, but we keep getting distracted by breeding. And I have a timer. It's kind of like a timer. Uh, I have a timer saying 10:30 p.m. was the supply drop. Check again at 1:30 a.m. Right? Basically, this has been going on all day, every 3 hours. You're playing it vanilla. We did the vanilla too. Did the XP boost and 7 Days to Die when the update came on? Got bored fast too. We love 7 Days to Die too. 7 Days to Die. We're just big survival crafting people.
We
We wound
are.
up basically. So what we did here, we're playing vanilla. Not by choice, okay? We would love the one mod we want is to be able to expand our base size, right? But we wound up getting a server through Nitrado because even though we had the ability to play it locally, after a while it starts to get really laggy because there's so many pals around, you're exploring the base, it's multiple people. So we wound up paying the Trados so that they can do all the heavy lifting and we can just play and enjoy the game and build to our heart's content. And
They are great at computers.
they are through a Linux based server platform thingy, hosting server. I don't know. Um, and because of that, we can't actually get mods on our game. And all we wanted to do was make our base bigger.
Base bigger and to be able to rename
Yeah,
things. But that
we
was
can't
more of
we can't do anything. Um, but yeah, we're playing vanilla too. We had just increased the stats. That's all we did is increase it to three times, and it was not fun. So we decided to restart. We got all the way to we defeated the thing here. I don't know how far you've gotten it, so I'm not gonna like spoil anything. We defeated what was here and we got to the world tree. You should at least know you go to the world tree, right?
they talk about it since like the start in Quest.
Yeah. So we got to the world tree and then we did not go further from there.
Gonna do like a reskin with Han and Tari.
Pan and Taru are the couple that raided us.
Oh, okay. I'm sort of out. I know she got raided, but yeah, yeah. I
You
see.
should have got a follow too, I think.
Maybe. Oh, I did. Yeah, thank you for the follow.
Which one? Oh, okay, Taru is your husband. Which is your husband here? Did he leave? Did he not raid too? Should I be yelling at him? I'll find him. Don't worry. I'll hunt him down somehow. I'll figure it out. If you're anything like me, you've got him like somewhere stashed on your page that I can link a link to it somewhere.
Wataru VT.
Wataru VT.
No, we can decide to sleep. I am the one who tends to decide to sleep more in our relationship as well because
Oh my goodness. He didn't even stream? Oh no. Well, there's sometimes that Tristan is usually the one that is a little bit more is the one who winds up needing to sleep more. So
yes,
what he'll wind up doing. Okay, so here's the thing. He will be late to stream because he wants to sleep in. Me, I will need to take a nap midstream. That's how I do it. And then like basically I have what like it's called a Tristan cam and I'll just have like his gameplay on my stream and I'll have myself like hold on, let me see. Tabbing out. I'll just like put myself in the bed. I'll put myself in the bed and then I'll put like a little his little gameplay on there and I'll have a little note saying on there, taking a nap. I'll be back in like an hour. You know?
can you have like a blindfold? You could.
Ooh, I should do that. Yeah, this morning whenever cuz we were technically still on the call together. So you see Taro both at the same time. Oh yeah. You just like sleep.
The
All the
problem
sleep.
I have, um, yeah, some days I just sleep. Other
Oh,
days I'm full of energy. So,
oh
but
my
that's why I really don't
gosh.
want to sleep.
I love that both of your banners are like the same. Look, babe. Look at their banners.
Aww.
That is so cute. I love it. I love that you guys are making like, oh my God, just like making your
Oh, you
stuff.
follow them?
Yeah, I did. I followed both of them. I'm following her again because apparently for some reason that didn't register. That was weird. Okay, well, I followed your husband before.
I
Let me
know.
see. I need to see. I need to check out everything. I need to check just because I'm curious. Yeah, it's like they, s- they're so cute. I love them. I love that you have the married too. And
Just
why don't we have that in our about section? Do we? I don't even know, man. I know I have you tagged some. I think I just mentioned it. I don't think I have you tagged. I should tag you. Why don't I do that?
I've got you tagged.
Do you? Oh my God, am I the bad person? Am I
I'm
the
not sure
problem?
what context it has.
Like no, like you can just click the name and it'll automatically go to that
Yeah, I've
channel.
got you tagged
Am
at
I the
least
problem?
once
Oh my God, I
somewhere.
I pulled up my own channel and it's just like, would you like to watch yourself at 130p?
Oh yes, yes.
Excuse me?
Hi, I'm Tristan, husband of, and then tagged your name, Aiko Heartblossom.
Oh, I just said we're Tristan or Aiko and Tristan because I just like treat the channel as it's at both hours.
Hmm.
I
New
should
basic
change it.
graphics? Oh, that's cute.
I
Character art
love
though?
it. That is so cute.
That is a
That's amazing. I love that so much. So, we all of our model stuff I wound up making originally. And then I got tired of it. Um, I got tired of it, and we found a wonderful, amazing artist to be our new riggers and stuff. And say nice. Okay, okay, Frosted, you have said enough negative about Taro. Say something nice. You have to say something nice now.
That's how it works, right? Yeah.
Hmm. There's got to be balance. So, he's the love of my life that makes me want to hug his throat very tightly. I get it. I get it. See, then you've got my husband. My husband is very loving, very devoted. I have a very golden retriever husband, okay, who
I guess.
adores me.
I love her so much.
Adores.
I just let her
And
listen
there
to
are
me this.
sometimes I just need to yeet him because he is all up in my grill and sometimes I can't. But most time it's fine. I've got BPD, so I can accept it most of the time. But sometimes it's a bit much. But I love him to pieces, and for some reason he puts up with me.
Very easy. Very
Easy.
easy to put up with me.
It's okay. It's easy to tolerate you.
I can tolerate you so well because it's not a bother. Nothing's a
So
bother
mine,
for
I
me.
was like, there's no way he isn't claimed
I
yet.
love you so much.
Then I read the fine print after signing. That's beautiful. Basically, Tristan and I started dating. Tristan was a raider on my channel, and so we started hanging out. And
Took ages for us to actually start hanging out.
once we started hanging out, though, man, it was constant. It was constant. And it's like I never wanted to stop hanging out with him. And then we started dating, and then he came to visit me in the US. Really? Yours is a raider too? That's fantastic. That is
I
amazing.
found out doppelgangers.
So, no, he's from Australia.
I'm an Aussie.
So, anyways, he comes to visit me in the US, and yeah. Yeah. So then when he came to visit me in the US, it was like 3 months after we started dating. Was it like 3 months? Anyways, by this point, we already decided we're gonna get married.
Yeah. About
Yes.
3
It was about 3 months. We already knew we were gonna get married.
months.
And so when he came to visit me in the US, we got married
Which
in front of my
dating
family.
platform?
My family was there. We had proposed to each other in front of my family. That was it. Like, we proposed to each other in front of my family because we knew what we were going to do. It was never a question about, like, are we going to get married one day or something like that. It was always like, yeah, that's going to happen.
It's always just like, oh, when do you want to?
Yeah,
When I
yeah,
asked her
Lou.
out, I was like, I am asking you out to be my girlfriend with the intention of getting married. I
Yeah,
want to get married to you
yeah.
at some point.
That is amazing. That's awesome. We have twins, babe.
We've got
I
twinsies.
love it. I love it so much.
Oh my god.
But a lot of people don't get it. A lot of people are just like, oh, okay, whatever, girls. I love it. I'm so glad. And people like mm, the people that get it, and it's amazing. Several people come from I moved to the U.S. from Canada to be with him. Oh, that's awesome. Yep, I moved to Australia
I stole her.
from America, from the U.S. to be with him.
Mhm.
And I didn't know shit about Australia. I didn't know anybody in Australia. I knew a couple people, but like from Twitch, So it's like to be fair, my lifestyle hasn't really changed. I don't leave the house.
Neither do I. We're both
That is
house
fucking
lovers.
awesome. How long were you guys together before you guys got married? I'm just curious. Like, honestly, like, I'm not sitting here and trying to compete with you about time. I'm just curious. That is fantastic. Jeez.
Mm,
But yeah, so now we're working on trying to build a Twitch career. And because why? Because we don't want to have normal jobs where we have to leave each other. Because we like being around each other. And we're like, what can we do that we can create a life together
we don't
and
have to say
where we
goodbye.
don't have to like leave each other every day? We're like, let's fucking do this together. And now we are.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic. And
We
we've
don't
been
need to
having a
be
blast.
rich. Just
No,
it's enough.
we're working on it. It's a work in progress. But we're in a good position. We were basically engaged the day we met nearly 3 years ago now. We met mid-August. We got married the following April. I love
That is
that. See,
that is
those who get it,
get it.
get it. Ah, that is incredible.
You get it. You will get
Mm-hmm.
it.
Mm-hmm.
It's,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like
And I have like the best in-laws. I really do. Like they're all so amazing and they've all been so welcoming and totally don't make fun of me for, American things. They really don't though. They're actually really sweet. And it's been really great living here. It's been fantastic. Although you went to the US from Canada. Mm,
mm,
mm. We talked about that. We talked about potentially him coming to the US, but that was a very short conversation
that
because,
was
like, honestly, neither one of us really wanted that. It is. It is so uncanny. That's
but it's
crazy. It
nice.
is so
Usually you
nice.
meet like you never find any sort of similarity.
Well, actually, I have a question. I want to know if this is a little bit more uncanny, okay? It could be similar, it could be the same. Do you guys, when you stream, are you in the same room, like, and you have echo problems? Do you guys have echo problems because you're streaming in the same room, and even though you're trying to like, don't look at each other, put a wall between yourselves, that's what we've done. Oh no. Ads. Oh no.
No, not the ads.
No. Oh jeez. Does hold on. Can't figure out how to do things. Trying to how do how
What are you
do
trying to do?
gift.
Oh, pull from that screen.
Can you do it for me? Streaming different rooms 100% because he's loud and our voices clash. Oh yeah. Yeah. I we just like being in the same room. I get it. Like I'll do the stretches and everything. Thank you, Lucy. I know Lucy's been great. Lucy's here every day, hanging out with us all day, and he's really great. And he'll just tell us we're cute all the time. He's basically the one we adopt, except he's weird. There you go. There you go. We never do that, but I needed to be able to chat with her more. Nice. There you go. Now you have the Kativa. Love how you always save your ads set like me once per hour. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Refresh. Refresh. You got a gift. There you go. There you go. There you go. So yeah, you're in
Well,
different
with
rooms.
that,
You're in different rooms because your voices would clash. Yeah.
yeah, we can.
We tr
We
it
try.
gets
It still
it
echoes.
it gets echoey, especially when we get when we, as in I, get excited. I start the echo gets really really bad. Um, but like some people, he has a redeem on his channel that he will come over and like it says Aiko head pats. So if somebody redeems it, he comes over and pats my head.
Mhm.
And just little things like that. And then but yeah. And yeah, like I'm like really enjoying talking with you, and the ads got in my way, so I was like,
Aika was gonna do it, but
I tried to do it. I just don't know how. I'm dumb.
no, it's okay. I'm not dumb.
Oh, do they? That's awesome. Oh my God, that's such a good idea. No,
Oh,
except for people wouldn't want me to bite him. People want me to tickle him.
Al specifically wants you
Al
to do it.
specifically. But he gives us bits all the time. So he asked me, he said, how many bits to tickle him? I was like, I don't know, a
Numbers.
100? And he's like, done, go do it. I would bet I'm enjoying pan stream so much that I lost track of time. It's basically been 24 hours since I last stepped. I do this regularly though, so I'm mostly fine making breakfast right now. That's oh, I didn't mean to put the stuff in here.
You're completely right.
Mm-hmm.
That do similar things.
Mm-hmm.
We lose track of time, and the only reason we sleep is because I get really tired
It
sometimes.
just hits us all at once sometimes.
Yeah.
We have energy drinks and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll need to take a midstream nap just so I can continue going. It's like I don't want to stop
Have you told them how long we've been streaming since
since the drop.
since Palworld 1.0 came out?
Oh, constantly?
Constantly. Like if we're awake,
If we're awake, we're streaming.
unless we have an appointment.
Yeah, unless we have an appointment.
We have like the streams typically are around 16
I
hours.
got a Reptivero with remarkable craftsmanship.
Oh, nice.
Let me see.
Yeah, it's just like we love this game and we just want to
It's
stream it.
amazing. This is all we want to do right now. I feel like we have to need to have an endurance challenge. We would never go offline. Oh, really? Yeah, we would, we talked about the possibility, and this is something we're not going to do. We're not going to do, but we talked about the possibility of the fact that we could theoretically go 24 hours and just keep it going and just take sleeping in shifts. And the only reason we decided against it is because we do still enjoy going to bed together and cuddling.
Getting down snuggles.
So that's like when we finally do, like, we're exhausted, we just fall into bed together and it's really nice. But yeah, that's the only reason. But actually, the funny thing is usually our streams are only 6 hours. And it's sometimes really hard to even make it to the 6 hours because a lot of the times the games are fine, but it's like it's hard to keep going sometimes. Since this game dropped, we are going like regularly 16 hours. We have an upcoming subathon and we have it listed as capped at 12 hours per day because, you know, it's usually that's a lot for us, right? And now that we've been streaming for like 16 hours a day, I don't know how we're gonna handle that because at this point, that's just like pulling it back.
That's limiting ourselves.
That's limiting ourselves at this point.
Trying to limit ourselves.
Although I think the biggest issue with the subathon coming up is going to be trying to find other things to play that other people can get more involved in because that's one of the things we're going to be doing during the subathon is like Jackbox and little party games and maybe like Gardic phone stuff like that to get other people involved. But we're going to be wanting to play Palworld the whole damn time.
Yeah, we really just want to play this
We
all the
just
time.
want to play this. And we're like, we have a debut coming up. We got to figure out what we're going to do. So sad if you don't join him in bed and I stream till morning. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why, like, I'll wake up because, like, I don't sleep as much as Tristan. I'm not a big sleep person. So,
Before we met, we used to function off of like
a couple
a
hours.
few hour naps.
Yeah. Um, but now I'll go to sleep with him and I'll enjoy that. I will have a good time. And then, but then if I wake up earlier than him, I'll m sometime, most of the time, still start streaming, even though he's still sleeping. Let me see if I can't warm
Yeah, I
those two.
just fatigue is annoying. It's not that I want to
Okay.
be asleep; it's that I just can't be.
Yeah, because as you right now, we mainly do Dead by Daylight. Oh, yeah, I can't. I've not really had a good time with. I would say have a good time with Dead by Daylight. I've not actually tried Dead by Daylight, but it's the game format. I played a lot of that kind of game style in where it's like the group V1 or whatever, where it's like a versus type thing. Um, I'm not very good at that kind of stuff, and it's not something that I necessarily enjoy anymore. It was funny, like for a while back in the day, but it's just not something that gets me anymore. But this right here, this is my jam, and I never want to stop. I never want to stop playing.
Went literally from a Minecraft fixation to
Okay.
trying to
What was it that got me like where I was like, okay, I know what it was. I think that I tried jumping into Ark again because I had a really massive Ark fixation in like 20, I think 2016 maybe is when it's, no, 2017 is when it started. And that I wound up streaming 6K hours of, not streaming, playing 6K hours of Ark Survival Evolved for, in a span of 2 years. And I loved it. I had a blast with it. I really did. And breeding in it was fun, and all exploring was fun, and hanging out with my friends was fun, and building was fun. I loved all of it. And I tried jumping back into Ark, and I was like, it's just not hitting, right? And I couldn't figure out what to do. And then I'm laying in bed one night, and I'm laying in bed one night, and I was like, I'm having difficulty trying to find something that hits, but I think Palworld is going to be it because I feel like that one it's got everything that Ark had, but more. It's just different enough to where and it's fitting an aesthetic that I was looking for. It's doing everything I was looking for in a game. And so I was laying down one night and I was like, I think Palworld's gonna be it. So I said in the morning I'm gonna download Palworld and I'm gonna play it. And I did that, and when I did that, I happened to see that the update was coming out soon. I just wanted to play Palworld, and then I found that the game was fully releasing soon, and I was like, wait, no, that's not how it happened. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. I heard somewhere. I think that's why I was thinking about Palworld, is somebody mentioned that the update was coming soon. Somebody mentioned it. I don't know who. It was like so brief, but it stuck in my mind, and that's why I was thinking about Palworld.
Tried playing Palworld before. But that was like mid fixation of a different game, and it just didn't stick with them. We just kept playing Minecraft.
I agree. It is weirdly perfect blend of games. It's got the perfect parts of Pokemon. It's got the perfect parts of Ark. It's got the perfect parts of Conan. Look, see, so you can't do this in Ark, but you can do this in Conan. It's got it's got more of an anime aesthetic, and I fucking love that. It's fucking perfect. It's perfect. This is the perfect game in my opinion.
Yes.
I couldn't, but it's one of my main games now for sure. We actually talked about it, and one of the big things that we always worried about was becoming a dedicated insert game here streamer, right?
Yeah,
Because
because we like the
we like variety games and we didn't want to be limited to just doing one type of game, right? And we said, we were just like, I think if we wind up becoming known as Palworld streamers, I don't think that that would be such a bad idea or such a bad thing. And I was like, I actually agree with you. Because, like, I fucking love this game. Meets Fortnite, meets Rust, meets Breath of the Wild. Oh, yeah, yeah, all of that too. All of that. Actually, I never played Fortnite. But I think the building is where you're thinking about because I was sitting there and I was building and to be fair like I've built so many games and Ark was like the first one that I started doing a lot of that major building stuff and it was like awesome, right? So I think of whenever I think of building games I think of Ark, right? Because it's building, taming, stuff like that. And building bases to like keep your pals, dinosaurs, whatever in. And so when I was sitting here building and Sims is like, "Oh my God, the building in this game is so Fortnite coded." I was like, "Oh my God, I think I just aged like 40 years." Sticking to one game builds community, but having variety can be refreshing, like 75/20. Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think you're right. I think you're right. But I think right now we're just going to live up our current hyperfixation and
We've
just
already got plans for like I think what we're
challenges and
gonna
stuff
do
like that,
challenges
like doing a
next
challenge for
next
like
playthrough,
mm-hmm.
reduce the XP gain even more.
Honestly, I don't even know if that's even much of a challenge because I feel
Um,
I'm wondering how low we have to reduce the XP that as we're playing it, we actually are on par constantly with the XP range. Because that's where I want to be. I want to be like, I want to do breeding and stuff like that, and then be like, okay, time to go do.
Probably minimum. I think you can set it to 0.
Maybe I'd like that.
Um,
But we for a long time were sitting there trying to find what game is the meta, what do we need to do, what do we need to play, what are we doing this? And that's one of the reasons that streaming was becoming so exhausting to us is because it was just like it felt like well, obviously we want to make this a job, but it felt like a job. It felt like we weren't having fun doing it, and it was obvious we weren't having fun doing it. Nobody wanted to come hang out with us because we seemed tired, you know? And now we're streaming for fun. And do we still want to make it a career? Yeah, but like right now we're just gonna do it for fun because
yippee, we like this game.
we love this game. It's fucking awesome. And yeah. Oh, babe!
What?
I got the duelist knock with two duelist knocks with all 4 diamond passives.
All the 4 that you wanted?
All 4.
Fuck yeah. You've been trying to get that for a
I
while.
was okay with 3. I was okay with 3. I was okay with 3. I got all 4.
Nice.
Look at it. The stats are shit.
The stats is shit, but you have all 4.
Ah,
You can pump fruits
that is
into it.
amazing.
You can literally just pump as many fruits as you want into that.
These are my powerhouses. See, I'm like, okay, I'll be fine as long as there's 3. As long as there's 3 of them. These are the 4 I'm trying to get on all of them. Oh, you guys can't see it behind his damn head. Hold on. I gotta hide my husband. Hubby, I need to hide you. I need to hide you. I'm gonna need you to move. Oh shit. It's not just you. Hold on. I figured it. Is that it? There. No, it's fine. There it is, right there. Vampiric, Demon God, Immortality, and Diamond Body. The Duelist Nox are who we're breeding for,
They're heavy defense.
yeah, we're breeding for, raid bosses. That's the one. Specifically, Blazemat Ryu.
I'm bleeding. I'm breeding Jormantide Ignises for
Mhm.
braid stuff. Hide your kids, hide your husband. I can't be hidden.
Not good. This one okay. Not good.
But yeah, now that you've got 1 with all 4.
2.
2 with all 4.
Yep.
Nice.
Mhm.
You can just.
This is my chest of like. Well, not this. This was the one left. Okay, look. I'm gonna. Do you want to see what I did? Do you want to see what I did to my Duelith Nox? The poor things. The poor things do not get a fucking break. Want to know why? Want to know why those fuckers don't get a break? Because. Where are they? Where are the breeders? Are they the ones I squished? No. Wait. Are they the ones I squished?
You just squished it.
Did I squish the breeders? I may have squished the breeder.
Yeah,
I was probably like, why are
that's
these?
okay.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
You can lose.
I had two of them. I squished the breeders. Oh no. I was wondering, I was like, what are these two doing here? So weird. So I had Demon God and Immortality on one, and Diamond Body and Vampiric on another. And then the other 2 passives were like philanthrop philanthropist. Yeah. So philanthropist makes them breed more.
They were just popping out, baby.
They pop out babies like crazy. Okay, so I have philanthropist here. Vampiric, Immortality, Demon God. Vampiric, Immortality, Diamond Body.
Yeah, it is
I
nice
could
seeing
breed
all
these 2 together. They're male and female, and they both have philanthropist. The only thing is they're sharing passives. The thing is, we found out that if you'll have more of a chance of getting them if you have different passives on them. So that's why we had 2 on one and 2 on the other, and then philanthropic. I can't believe I squished I can't believe I squished the parents.
It's actually all heavily armored. Heavily armored. Oh yes, yeah. I saw a short of that or something of someone.
Heavy armor with
Taco
any.
Taco with heavy
Oh
armor.
yeah. That's why he was like he's like, oh, it'd be really good if we had like something that had implode. It won't implode itself. I'm just gonna have an armored, just a B guard team with heavily armored on it.
Heavily armored and implode a lot of
Oh, speaking of which, I need to make sure that this bitch knows not to do that. Be quiet. No, no, no. You just did different.
Noobers, get in the ball. Actually, I don't care.
Actually, while I'm here, I need to fix Celine because I do not like this ability. Celine's exclusive skill fires 3 consecutive high-speed slashes imbued with the power of moonlight. It's so slow. And it's like the shortest range ever. You gotta be like right on top of them. Yeah, I like it. Do you just go by Rambo? Should I get a dark arrow? No, lame. No. You know, we're gonna try some stuff out. We're gonna test out some abilities because honestly, I just don't like I don't like what's been going on with Celine lately. At least that one ability. I don't Mush Rambo. I might call you Rambo. Okay, let's see. So let's swap the first one to Dark Arrow, I guess. That one's got an 8-second cooldown. That could be nice. Get away. Okay, how is it? Oh, that's not too bad. With an 8-second cooldown? You can try, bitch. Okay. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. Get in the ball. No, okay, fine. Gigasphere. Dude. I caught this Patalia with a Gigasphere. It had like point something chance of getting it. I like that one better, Dark Spirit. And that way we have a dark ability now. You come up with your nickname. Mushy. Mushbow. Mushybow. I don't know. I call Lucifer Lucy and then also in the Discord he's known as Juicy Lucy. I don't know exactly how that happened. I did it, but I don't remember how it happened. Food. Nice. Are you guys not eating the salad? You guys have salad. Eat the salad. Don't sit here and tell me you're hungry. Okay. Having a second Wumpo is amazing. I named my Wumpos Flora and Fauna. I say it would be a lot more productive if I put the other one in the base. It's been in my pocket this whole time. Something's happening. What?
You want to go off in the tower? I'm having so many eggs. I need so many eggs to be hatched.
Yeah, we need to do that.
Let's go to the tower.
We have to defeat the PAL Genetic Research Unit, babe.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
Because Juicy Lucy runs Lucy, and it's a lot better than my original name when I was on Discord. Yes.
Oh, yeah. It'd be hard. Epics, Clouders, and fans were rather easy to get. What the fuck is in my pocket right now? Yeah, alright. I guess I'm just going into battle with an egg.
Sometimes it's hard getting people's names, yeah.
And this random Reptiro. Is it at least a good Reptiro?
If we come across any...
Too bad. Okay, why? You need the cores, right? Yeah. Okay. Get to get
I am completely done with Sweet Elixir, so any more we go to yours.
shot, baby. Holy Burst. Okay, finish him off. Good job. Did you know she can do Holy Burst back to back if I'm like do it on her first and then get off and she's like, oh yeah, Holy Burst.
Yes, you can. I think if you have enough cooldown, you can basically just chain it.
Ooh.
Holy Burst, and then hop on them, Holy Burst, and then hop off them, and then the Holy Burst should be off cooldown.
I should give her Serenity. I think that would help me out a lot. Whenever it comes to like riding her and using abilities.
Unless I get randomly get stuff. Yes, chores are important to do.
Mine.
Seems to have started playing Palworld with being a bit backwards.
Nah, we look occasionally we'll start stream a little bit later just so we can tidy up a bit. Better meeting you now to get your sleeps. Oh, I completely understand. Please enjoy your sleeps. Have a good time. It was so amazing to meet you, honestly.
It has been wonderful. I heard you
Mm-hmm.
have a wonderful sleep.
Yeah. Hopefully we can catch your stream at some point. I mean, I'm sure we'll be able to if you're streaming as much as we are.
Yeah, yeah, we might chuck some lurks in your stream, I'll watch.
Exactly. That's awesome. Babe, we met our twins.
We met our twin.
That's
Well, we met
awesome.
one half of the twin.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, hopefully the other one's sleeping.
Just like me.
Yeah. Fucking goob. I haven't come over here before, but maybe. Get ready. Please a little lingo love. I've been doing these quests. I don't know if you are. I already did that. I see. Yeah, Tristan's been playing this on foot.
Yeah, I know.
I'm flying. He's trying
I
to,
have to turn on his flyer when I get it.
which is his favorite flyer. And this one's mine. So I was really lucky to get this pretty early, even though I'm still gonna get a better version of her later. Mm-hmm. Agreed. Also, whenever we get ready to do the Victor boss battle, I just need you guys to let me know something. Am I the only one who thinks he's hot? Just saying.
They,
I don't. I don't like any of the other guys. He is hot, yeah, right? He's got the like Gojo thing going on, where he's like got his eyes covered, kind of a mystery, kind of wonder what's behind the eyes. I don't know. Yep, you see. I've only seen season one. I started to watch season two, and even though it was like primarily focused on Gojo, it was kind of hard to focus because he's kind of a little shit. Yes, yes, Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen.
yeah. Um, finished it.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I might have to go and watch it at some point after One Piece.
After the entirety of One Piece.
Yes, after the entirety of One
We've got
Piece.
so much thing. There's so many things you want to watch after One Piece.
Yeah.
But
I I contemplated watching it the other day when we stopped after I was like, that after we rated that person,
yeah,
but I was still like really tired, so
yeah.
I was like, okay, I'll just watch a video.
But might have a day off occasionally.
There are gonna be times where you're gonna raid somebody and it's just not gonna be a good experience. That was one of them. It was you watch multiple interviews. Sometimes that happened. Like we stopped for a bit and watched Fruits Basket. Did we watch all of it?
Yeah, yeah, we watched all of it.
Okay, it was so good. I've watched it several times, so we've talked about how we need to watch Hunter x Hunter together. We talked about how we need to watch Doctor Who together. That's not an anime, but we still need to watch it. We were talking about it yesterday on the way to the doctor's appointment because I saw a short of it on Facebook. And why was I on Facebook? I don't fucking know. I just was.
Family message or something.
I don't know. Oh, tonight.
Basically,
Mm-hmm.
until started hanging out with Aiko, the only anime I watched at the time was One Piece, and everything else I read.
Now he's seen more, and he still does a lot of reading.
I still
That's what he
love it.
does. Like if he's just doing stuff on his own, I never have to worry about this man because he is just
I'm just here
He's
reading
just
fucking manga.
reading manga, man. Like if he's not hanging out with me doing something, he's reading manga. Or if he's not playing a game, just reading manga. You watch the modern one or classic one? Oh, for basket, modern. I tried to watch the classic one.
Oh, yeah,
It's the art style. The thing is if I'd seen it, yes, this is what I wanted. Thank you. You're just taking a nap. What are you looking at? Anyways,
sometimes that art style is fine. Other
mhm.
times it's just dated and it does not.
I will say, as somebody who prefers the dated Sailor Moon style, and I actually enjoyed Warren Host Club, I think that if I had seen Fruits Basket, the original Fruits Basket first, I might have preferred it. But only because that's what I saw first. And that's just tend to be what I prefer. I tend to prefer
Yeah,
what I saw first.
yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and say that that art style is bad. It's
It's not
fine.
bad.
It's just not what I saw first. So it's not what I prefer.
Yeah, like
Mm-hmm.
that style, not bad at all. Some of my favorite anime, like you haven't seen it because you're not really into mecha, and I'm not really into mecha things or
Mm-hmm.
space. You're not into space. I like space,
Mm-hmm.
but Heroic Age,
Excuse me, in love.
one of my favorite manga, not
Mm-hmm.
manga, anime.
Mm-hmm.
Heroic Age. It's got a dated art style, but it is
Yeah.
amazing. It is amazing. I don't think it would be that good in a more modern art style. It
Mm-hmm.
fits it.
The thing is like that's how a lot of people feel about Fruits Basket too. A lot of people don't like the modern version because they're so used to the original. Still here listening as someone who watched OG Fruits Basket first. I greatly appreciated the new one because it actually finished the story, and after watching the new one, couldn't rewatch the old. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that it didn't finish it. I started trying to watch the older one, and it was just like it was just hard to watch.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of things where
Like if okay, question. If Hunter x Hunter started in, whenever that gets back, whenever they start back up, if they ever start back up, I
the
think you said
mangas, yeah, but it's
if they if they continue the anime, but instead of continuing an anime, they start from the beginning and they just kind of go back through everything and then finish it that way. How would you feel? Because I really like the art style of Hunter x Hunter. So I don't know if they would really be able to improve upon it, but I could see how they could potentially improve upon it, I guess. Came back to the new one, the opening song is peak. Oh yeah, yeah. So I wish they redid Soul Eater, Warren Host Club, and a lot of classic animes, 2000 animes. Like, well, that's what I'm saying though. Is like Sailor Moon, they've redone a million times. But the thing is there's a there's the old some of the stuff that they did in old anime they don't do nowadays, and it winds up making it look flat. And I don't know, it could just be Sailor Moon Crystal. Honestly, Sailor Moon Crystal was shit. I don't know. I don't know anybody who likes Sailor Moon Crystal. But to be fair, I'm also a fan of the Deke dub, so I don't think that I have like the most,
it's
the
yeah,
best. A lot of people don't like the Deke dub.
it's
I
really
liked it.
sad when they like have anime. They do well, but they just don't. Their accent
I
of
did
it
not
is
know that Hunter x Hunter had a musical. Did you know that Sailor Moon has a live action? And people love it. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. It looks cheesy. But
I
apparently people love it. So I don't know.
we watched the first.
Oh, people love that.
People absolutely love that. I can
You can see it from
I
somebody. You
can't
could,
stomach it.
I think, because you are so used to the anime
Yes,
and
yes.
you've seen all of it several times, that's why. But like,
They try to rush, like, they're trying to rush through the early story too much, but the early story sets up how the characters are,
mhm.
and it just.
It changes a lot of like how they met and stuff like that, and it also
Why are
makes it
they together?
it also makes it weirdly serious when it's not meant to
Oh,
be.
yeah, they kill too much.
Yeah. And wasn't there a section, didn't Sanji go to like punch Robin or something? He would never hit a girl.
Yeah,
Also, well, he wouldn't punch anybody
yeah, he wouldn't
because
punch anyone.
he wouldn't punch, he kicks. He's Blackfoot Sanji.
It is completely against his character to kick. It's against Zoro's character to just be like, oh yeah, I'll go with you, Luffy. I don't know anything about you. There's no reason you're saving me. I'll just fight the Marines because why not? It's like, hey, just
My favorite part about the One Piece uh, live action is that Zoro's character is hot. That's it.
and he watched the first episode and stopped
And
because
also, we find that the costume department was incredibly
they're so
cheap.
tacky.
Everything looks incredibly cheap.
Like I get they're
Are we,
trying to keep the
what One Piece
outfits
thing are we discussing where Sanji would punch someone?
uh,
Apparently,
in the live action,
in the live action, he went to go punch Robin.
which
First off,
is
he would never hit a girl, and second off, he
hmm
would never punch anybody.
hmm if he was to kick anyone, like if he was to hit anyone, it would be kicking.
Yeah,
It's completely against his character to even throw a punch.
he doesn't do that because he wants to keep his hands for cooking.
He rides his hands like
Yeah,
it's against his way to kick to punch to use his hands in combat.
I don't even know. Like, I haven't seen. Okay, I'm gonna say I haven't seen all of the live action. I've seen the first episode. So whenever I say that Sanji would punch Robin, that was in a clip that
It was
I
a
saw.
clip of the trailer.
Yeah. It was like Robin had her whole section and everything like that, and in there Sanji was like jumped up and went to go hit her. You know, you could see him like
Yeah,
rear back his fist.
it's
Robin showed up randomly on the
first
ship.
shows up on the crew on the ship as like an enemy. Basically, in the anime,
Mm-hmm.
um, he has a gun. He has a gun, and it's like he moves before he realizes what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he does in the manga. I haven't read it.
This is yeah, it's One Piece. Tristan is an absolute One Piece addict, and I am on my first watch through.
Mhm.
I am currently in the Punk Hazard arc.
No spoilers
No spoilers,
for
please.
like midway through Punk Hazard. Um, I I haven't watched the newer stuff. I stopped partway
Mm.
through.
Yeah, basically, when Tristan and I started dating and he started spending more time with me,
Yeah.
he decided that because I wanted to watch One Piece with him, that he would stop watching One Piece, any of the newer stuff, until we could watch it together.
hmm
You've been watching since 2014. Tara started watching with me early this year around episode 700. Oh, did he start at episode 700? Or did he start at the beginning and it was around episode 700 that he started? I don't
I first stopped.
know. Like you're learning.
I have watched One Piece start to wherever it was at that point in time multiple times, so many times. I don't
Hmm.
even.
How old were you when you started watching?
Um,
Like 80 episodes behind where it's an English dub and Tara straight up missed the first 700 episodes to be clear. Oh, geez. I'm not even on episode 700. I don't think. No,
no,
I'm not.
we're
I think I'm in the 500s.
late 500s.
Getting there.
You can skip, but you miss a whole lot of the story.
Well, yeah, I like this story that we've got so far. I even like Punk Hazard, even though I'm busy watching Palworld. You're an over 1,000, yeah.
Yeah, I left off during well, not the most recent, but the last arc.
I have
Way through the last arc.
I have one huge major question that Tristan doesn't even know the answer to because he stopped watching when they were going through it, and I refuse to mention what that question is in case somebody accidentally spoils it for me. Is your favorite character Bon Clay? Bon Clay. One of the questions I've had. Well, like I want to ask it, but also I'm afraid like it'll be answered, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
It's quite simple. If you post One Piece spoilers from things Aiko hasn't seen, you will be banned temporarily, but banned.
Okay. Okay. I will ask. I will ask, but I do not want an answer. Do not answer this question. Do not answer this question. I want to know why Kuma agreed to go through with the becoming a clone thing. I want to know the entire the pacifista thing. I want to know everything about it.
Yeah, where I left off, they were just revealing things about it, but so I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Um, they were just revealing
Like I'm
stuff.
so curious about it. I love Kuma's character based on like what I've seen so far, and I want to know everything, and I tried asking Tristan and he's like, "That's a good question. I don't know either." But I know that it's going to come up because that's what they started getting into whenever I stopped watching. And I
Yeah.
was like, "I need to know." He's like, "I do too."
Since Kuma's introduction, he's been amazing.
I agree.
It's one character that like I want to know about. I want to learn about too. I don't know the answer to this. This like
hmm
yeah, it's just I don't want to watch more One Piece than what I was at until Aiko catches up.
I also am super interested to see if if and what we learn about the Void Century because that is I'm really fascinated with Robin's whole storyline.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to know everything there is to know about the Void Century. And I love the entire interaction that they had with what's his name,
Really?
Rayleigh, where basically she had the opportunity to not to stop, to just go with Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was gonna tell her everything. And she's like, "No, I'll figure it out myself." Fucking loved that.
Mm-hmm. I'm a simple man. Luffy's my favorite character. Really? Don't save me.
My favorite character is more of a recent, okay? I'm gonna tell you guys. Tell you guys. Okay, ready? Ready? Bon Clay.
Aiko loves Bon Clay.
Bon Clay is amazing.
No way.
What? Why are you saying no way? Bon Clay is fucking fantastic. He's the best character. Best boy.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Bon Clay. Before
Mm-hmm.
it revealed, like before
Did you?
he said the same thing.
I love it. I love it so
Are you
much.
coming to save me, Bon Clay?
I'm trying to find your ass.
I can see your name. I am west of you.
I'm headed west. Oh, I found an egg.
Hello, I'm behind the egg. Go more northwest. Run down the hill to you.
Oh, there you are.
Spin. Spin the spin
Come back
the
to
spin.
life. Yes, spin. Bon Clay is
See,
amazing, wonderful, perfect. Love him so much.
I know exactly who you're talking about. What's your favorite character?
A choice. Oh Lord.
I will judge you for your choice.
Whenever I first met Bon Clay, I was I think I was worried. Cause
Have questions?
what are your questions? Feel free to ask questions. I like questions.
Yes.
We like questions. We like talking. Tristan is having a difficult time because he's on foot. It's taking him a while to get up here to the top of the mountain because he's not flying.
Yeah.
What's your favorite arc? So far? Ew. The really fucking long one. It was horrible. Like
The
tears.
Summit War?
Tears. All of that. All of it just before Fishman Island.
Yeah.
All of that.
So Aiko is the Summit War. Hi, Chris.
Welcome in, Chris.
For me, it's Wano. Aiko hasn't gotten up
I
there.
haven't gotten there yet, yeah.
Yeah.
However, we've been talking about it. Do you want to see something cool? You want to see something cool? This is my Bushi Noct, and I named him Ryuma. He's named after the samurai from the Thriller Bark arc. Samurai Ryuma.
Dragon Slayer. I love the
He looks like him, doesn't he? Especially when he's on fire and everything. It was so cool.
Find another path.
I believe in you.
I'm so close.
Kind of want to see
Oh,
it.
and I fell through a rock.
Oh no.
No.
Let me see how far I can get. Come, Bobette the Builder. Who's my favorite villain? Ugh. Like love to hate? Or like, is it like love to hate? Or is it like I really legitimately hate this person? Or is it like they make me laugh? Or what? I don't know. The one you love to hate. I don't even know what that means for me. What does that mean for me? That's such a good question. It'd be like, it'd be like, yeah, I believe in you. You got this. That's how I used to do it. Except for without being on foot. Um, I know I don't like Foxy, so I guess love to hate would be Foxy.
A lot of people get really.
I am annoyed by Foxy. I don't like him. But he's not like he's not like my favorite villain as in like I feel like he's the best villain. If we go for like I legitimately hate this character. What's his name? Akino? Wasn't no.
Akainu.
Akainu.
Sakazuki.
Sakazuki. I hate him. Hate him. Not love to hate him. I hate him.
She wishes the worst upon him.
Mm-hmm. I think Foxy's funny to hate because he's stupid. Yeah. I would ask yours, but spoilers, so I don't want to know.
Mine is coming up soon.
Yours is coming up soon.
Yeah.
Who you love to? Oh my God, is it worse than Akainu? Well, I guess it has to be since you know him, and you. Ooh, in the arc, the Wayne arc.
No. We are.
I'll get to yours too. It might be the same one as
It's quite
Tristan's.
possibly the same one.
Say something that only you two would know in the most subtle of ways.
We are on Punk Hazard. We are
Yeah.
midway through Punk Hazard.
hmm
Uh, current.
As far as guy who's supposed to be an enemy, but I love him, that's Smoker. I fucking
Oh yeah,
love
we're
Smoker. I
fast
think he's
going. Yeah,
amazing.
we're on Punk Hazard. We
Oh
are.
yeah.
They're in the facility after the gas.
Mm.
Um,
Is it Big Mom? Big Mom's kind of a bitch.
you don't know much about.
Though what I know about her, she's a bit of a bitch.
So,
She didn't even help them at
probably
Fishman
the
Island.
character for you've seen the
You've
character.
made it!
Hello, I made it.
Did you hit the shrine up there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Attack the shrine.
I accidentally brought my Reptiro. I literally have, this is my party, you ready? Reptiro, who's level 40, who just came out of an egg. Ryuma, Bobette the Builder, and Celine. Hello.
What can I say about my character? It is.
You actually love Big Mom. You think you might agree later on. Oh, we'll see. I mean, so far, I think she's just kind of a. I don't know. I don't like her. Okay. Okay. Who agrees with me that Victor is hot? Besides Lucy. Because he's got that kind of Gojo thing going on.
Yeah, my least favorite character has to do with their power being ridiculous.
Blackbeard?
No.
Blackbeard's kind of shit too, but. Shoot him in the butt. Oh, wait. Is light strong against dark or dark strong against light?
Dark is strong against North.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, wait. She's dark too. She's dark too. Go ahead, Celine. You got this. Oh, that's a choice.
Yes, yeah, that's a choice. The favorite. Oh, Victor got knocked all the way over here to the corner.
Oh, jeez.
Die.
I don't see him. You're just stabbing the ground.
Stabbing Victor. Stab.
That's the ground.
He's
I
in the corner now. He's against the wall.
No, he's
Stab in
not.
the back of the head. Stab.
Okie dokie. Joy taking out the dog. Okay. Okay. What do we need? What do we need? Time to go do some crafting.
Listen, try to get more fast travel points on this mountain.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm going back to my workshop.
Oh,
My workshop is ugly. I'm gonna have to rebuild it at some point, but it's hideous right now. I have like my base, my workshop for some reason makes the way it is set up makes this circle seem smaller than it needs to be.
This is a reminder. Take my
Nyeh, nyeh,
nighttime
nyeh.
meds.
Alexa, stop. I'm gonna take my nighttime meds, then take my drugs.
it's possible. what I thought you were gonna say.
Is it the same?
No, no,
Okay.
but related to string.
Okay. Why do I feel like string is familiar? Did we ever mention string at some point? Did we have a conversation about string?
We have had a conversation. Not related as in like odd related, but related as in same arc. Memory.
La 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 la, gotta make it cooler. Oh my god, 15 cryogenic coolant? Yeah, I'll do that. I forgot I needed to make this. Then I'll have to come back and make something else because I fucking forgot that. Okay, I am going into. Oh, wait. No, wait a second. The string conversation we had was about the guy from Skypiea. You used string as an example,
I use string.
or you use it as a clue.
Do you know of this character that is Mushrambo's?
The string guy from Skypiea?
Might have been the character that was the example. Like, do you know him?
It's not the same. It's a different string guy.
Yeah, the Skypiea one is just like the priest.
Fuck.
Although he does appear in that arc.
There was a it was a priest guy, and it went into this he had to choose between like what 3 ways to go with his boat, and then he chose a way.
The full trials.
Yeah. And then and he was asking me what I thought that the 4 trials were, and one of his hints was string that I remember.
Sure.
I don't remember their names. At this point, it's so long ago. Dalita Anna, Dalita Anna, Dalita Anna, Dalita Anna. Wow, Whippa, so rude. Mm. Stinky. Not stinky. I am a delight. I'm a no, I'm stinky. Do it. Oh no! See, look, he's gonna start gagging soon. Why are you sniffing me, weirdo?
Delicious.
He's so weird. Are you snitching, Tristan? What did I just get? 25% stinky. I want to find out where I am. Hold on. I need to know. I need to know me. I also don't know if this egg is. Oh no, it's different. This is not mine. I need to find out if I'm stinky. I need to find out. I've been sitting in this trash can all day. I am 30% stinky. Yeah. Anna, Delita, Anna, Delita.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, Tristan, gross. That's what I was smelling when you came over here. It was you. Disgusting. Ew.
Oh, wow. That's why she
Nasty
got the
bitch.
baddest tear gas.
It's true. I was thinking that. I was thinking, oh my god, he's as bad as tear gas. I've never been to prison.
Not prison. You've been to jail.
I've been to jail. It's different. Alright, now I need to get a pal out and assign them to this.
Have you actually been tear gassed at all?
No,
You haven't been to any protests, huh?
no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this jolt hog.
Oh, we need to find.
What? Oh, yep. Oh, wait, how many do I need? How many do I have?
Probably.
Oh, shit. Okay. I will pull in my. Hold on. I kind of want to run through with the guys that I have now.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's go.
Hold on. But I have to level them.
That's fine. I am gonna.
It's just time and body. I don't want that. Oh, God. I have to put this guy. Go cool down that thingy. No sleep for you. Nope. Cold food box. Takes his job seriously. He's so cute.
He does.
Look at him.
Oh, he's adorable.
I'll put these in here. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Gotta go to the workshop. Lordy. I need to figure out how many cords I've got. I don't know how many I got. I think I had exactly what I needed to make the glasses, which is what I needed to do them for last time. This, I have everything I need except for the palmetto ingots, which is kind of important. Can you make me some more palmetto ingots, please? That way, when I get back, I can make maybe 2 of these, because that'd be awesome. I need oh, that's fine. Okay, yeah. We'll do this. Okay. Hold on. Can I make a tablet? I can make a tablet. I can make 3 tablets, babe. I will contribute. Yeah, but I have to go. Let me go. I have to go level up my babies. So I'm not gonna catch anything. I'm just gonna run through and kill everything. I need to put as many babies in my pocket as I can. And then go through and kill bosses. With Ryuma. I could do it with Ryuma. Let me squish. I have to squish. I have to squish first. What? Your team? Oh no. How do I have this sorted, bruh? Oh, I see. I've had Sky Marcher down there for the longest time. I was wondering why it looked weird. Okay. Start with these guys. I'm gonna tell him. Squish. 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 Do we keep? Okay, the 4 are tagged. Okay, good, 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 good. Squish. Diana. Ah. Deadly Diana. Ah. Okay. Put her there. And then I can do 3 at a time. And I have, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12. Yeah, when are you gonna sleep? You're doing a real shit job of sleeping there, Panic. Alright, I'm gonna go kill Lylene. Actually, I can do this one with 4. No, I'm just gonna stick with 3. It's fine. Oh, really? Go, fuck her up. Actually, yeah, I don't need to catch her now because I wound up getting what I needed. What are you doing? Why are you letting her hit you? What the fuck was that? Okay, we've got level 59. Okay, that's fine. I'll do the menace thing next. So I'm gonna have 4 batches of 3. Yeah.
Wait for at least another 3 hours.
Damn.
You'll
I
be waiting for 3
am.
days now? Oh.
I'm gonna tell you guys something. I'm gonna tell you guys something. You guys are gonna be really jealous of me because I hate sleeping so much. I can get to sleep really easily. Like the second, because I hate sleeping, I put it off as long as I can. So when I do go to sleep, I die.
Her head will touch the pillow and then, like, within 5 minutes she's asleep.
Yep. I hate sleeping too. It annoys me. But yeah, that's my, I guess, claim to fame or whatever. I don't know. I
Yeah,
hate it. Imagine laying down like wanting to go to sleep. The only reason I go to sleep is because my body says you're gonna go to fuck to sleep or die. So, hey, got this. That's my baby right there. Picture, even when you're practically comatose, you just lay down and then you're like, okay, I guess I'm awake. Here's me though. If I lay down and I can't sleep, I just get back up and continue doing something because, like, I might as well be using that time productively. Why is this egg so fucking huge? What is this? What is a huge common egg? Yeah, not really likely to be a celestial. Not here. Not, huh?
Could be a civil oaks.
Sacagdrama.
Like
No, Yakimas aren't huge.
no,
Yakums are
they're
small.
tiny, and then the alpha is.
Yeah. Wow. What I'm asking. I really need to name my team. I should probably also like do something with their last perk. Like right now it's like dragon killer, philanthropist. He's gonna fuck the dragon. Alright, next boss. Who is boss? Let's see. I mean, I guess we can kill the Frostallion. Ice versus fire? I think we could do it. I'm not gonna catch this Frostallion. I'm just gonna try killing it. Yeah. But I haven't killed it yet, and it's XP for my babies. I need them to lever up. They need to prepare for war. It's their first time out to war. So who's your favorite Straw Hat besides Boncle? Between Straw Hats, Robin. Robin's my favorite. I like her. She intrigues me. Okay, I believe in you. Don't die. Ah, shit, we're gonna be here forever. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh my god, Ryuma, get the fuck out of there. We're not ready.
Sunshine, lollipops,
Run!
rainbows, everything that's wonderful is what I
Thank you for the
feel
follow,
when
Onslow. Welcome
we're
in. Welcome
together.
in.
Welcome in.
We're not ready. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Look, fire versus ice, I thought he had an advantage. Apparently, we're not there yet. I forgot that he's a legend and legends are very, very fucking strong.
Yeah, if Robin has a sweet relationship with him.
Oh, I do. Yeah, I love that relationship. She's just like so chill and like down for fucking whatever. I love her to pieces.
And she's just like, yep, okay, Captain.
Let's
Let's do
fucking
whatever.
go. Yeah.
And if you was to list my favorite besides Luffy, it would probably be.
Besides Robin, I've got a tier list, and Sanji and Nami kind of take last for me. I'm not gonna lie. They they go back and forth between like for last for me.
Yeah. For me, it is.
What? Who's yes? Thank you. Who's yes? Thank you. Was that me? Was that to me?
For me, my second favorite Straw Hat is
Your buddy's favorite Sanji?
between Zoro and.
Yeah. He's just like
He's just a pervert.
he's a pervert. That's all he is. He's just like it's like, bro, you are causing so many problems for yourself right now. You could be so fucking strong, but you're gonna stop because you see tits. Like you literally almost fucking died
Multiple
because
times.
of boobs.
Uh-huh. Like, I get the whole chivalry, I'm not gonna attack a woman. That's
Yeah,
fine.
that's great. But the
That's fine. The, oh my god, Fishman Island, I almost died from a nosebleed. Like, what the fuck?
mm-mm. Not my not
Uh,
and Nami is just because she plays into it to get what she wants.
I feel like Nami would be like a professional catfish.
Yeah, I can see it.
Although, like,
She just wants money
yeah, she'll
and free stuff.
she's a gold digger.
Yeah.
But like in real life, she'll probably be like a gold digger, but like the kind that when they go on a date with you, they rob your house.
Yeah. I'm not like well, she is a pirate. The thing is, you have to think about it. She's a pirate.
Pirate
Okay.
and a thief. She is a cat burglar.
Yeah.
That is a profession.
Yeah.
Um,
I get that. I think it's just like for me, it's like, I don't know. She feels very, a lot of the time, she feels very fan service.
yeah, like
Usopp's
between
great.
Usopp is fantastic.
Usopp,
Like
well, actually, I go back and forth between like loving and hating Usopp.
yeah, but my second favorite Straw Hat is between Usopp and
Zora's great.
and my third favorite is
He's so
I
stupid.
can't say.
You can't say because there's somebody new joining.
Maybe.
You
I don't
can't
know.
say? No. No. No, it's fine. I haven't like I've theorized about other people joining, but the only person I've theorized about joining is like well first was Bon Clay, obviously, but like then of course that shit didn't happen. Then you've got
I have no idea what the future will bring in
oh my god,
Passport Watch, so there could
I
be other people who join.
I
Why are you
am
pressing the
blanking
airports?
on his name. Joe. I'm blanking on his name, babe. Fishman.
Straw,
Fishman.
Straw Hat, and no one can ever take that from him. Agreed. Bon and Clay
Yep.
is a
He's amazing. He the best.
I mean, to be fair, he's already at the point of the story that we've seen.
Yeah, Tristan told me he said everybody considers him to be
An
a honorary straw hat, and I was like, good, because I fucking adore him.
At the
Fucking
point of the story, he's agreed to join the crew. Currently has other pirate responsibilities to take care of first.
no, not Hachi or Arlong. Like this other one, Jimbo. Jimbo. That's where I'm sticking with it.
His new name's Jimbo.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm blanking. Yeah, Jinbei. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
From now on, we shall refer to him as Jimbo. I am proud of you, man.
I love you.
I love
Thanks.
you
I don't
so
know what I
much.
did. I was trying to remember the name. As soon as I said Jimbo, I was like, that's very wrong.
Oh my god, we stand Jimbo.
Lord.
But yes, yeah, like you already know that he's agreed to join the crew at this point.
Yeah.
He's just got to take care of responsibilities.
Yeah, but then here's the thing. It's I know he says he's got to take care of responsibilities and everything like that, but after watching how the crew has to deal with him, it would not surprise me for even a second that he'd be like, actually, never mind.
Yeah, Jinbei it would be my third. I have no idea from way through. No idea how far I have avoided things.
Radio
I know
Google.
there's another arc. I know
Radio.
it's not an overly long one, but
Give me somebody to fight. I need a boss. Oh wait, she's probably Lightning Noctis is probably out. Wait. Lylene responds so fucking fast, bro. I bet if I go over there, she's over there with Lylene Noct for some fucking reason, even though I just killed her. We will not confirm or deny anything. I don't know. Die.
bottom two of the Straw Hats is Sanji and Nom.
Yeah. Oh, I lied. I lied. I lied. My favorite. My favorite. My favorite Straw Hat is Chopper. We have Chopper plushies because so many times I wanted to hug him, so we got plushies.
He's such a little baby.
We love him so much. We have two of them. So he can hug him and I can hug him all at the same time. Radio Gaga. Radio Goo Goo. Radio Gaga. You have a One Piece scarf and t-shirt? I got Tristan a shirt.
My first,
And we have a devil fruit lamp.
we do, and yeah,
And we have a
first piece of One
glasses
Piece
set.
merch I've ever bought is
Yeah, I don't know how he went his entire fucking life without getting himself any fucking One Piece merch. So naturally, as soon as I get here, we're like, well, we gotta decorate the room in some fucking One Piece shit. So we go out and we get a devil fruit light, we get some glasses, you know.
yeah, I got some.
Hmm. I don't think you ever bought things for yourself. That's how you had some,
I don't.
like, I know it's gonna sound like, never mind. This motherfucker can save money like nothing just because he doesn't buy anything for himself except for food.
I'm just happy existing.
Itch, itch, itch,
I'm
itch,
just
itch.
happy to be here.
He'll buy stuff for me. He's been paying for my fucking medication.
I have seen the big three. Aiko has not. Aiko has only seen One Piece and
There's some movies that I know that have been mentioned, but okay, so I only have 12 babies right now, so I'm just letting you know that. We can try and go in with just my 12 babies and see what happens.
that is a good question, Lucy, because there's plenty of different people who say different things. Um,
Hmm.
if you're gonna go for manga, then it's Dragon Ball, One Piece, and
Oh, I did intentionally squish the parents because I was going to breed the Sootsier with the Duelith. They have them both. They have the perks. And it makes the Duelith Nox. Okay, never mind.
what?
I was telling you that I had the Sootsier and the Duelith. That's what I was breeding for them. I didn't squish the parents
Oh yes,
because their parents were those. They're just different form. They are in their
oh
not they're not dueliths.
yeah,
Or one is a duelith.
they're in the Macon Duelist Knocked.
Yeah. I'm just trying to put like some pals in my pocket. I'll put Lucy in there, why not?
Dragon Ball shaped all modern shonen anime.
No. Hold on. We should probably have something that's like good. Like I want this one to be leveled. I want
It is the big of the big three.
there one that's like increases dark damage.
While One Piece might have the most sold um, manga in existence, uh, it was shaped by Dragon Ball.
Oh, not that good. Oh yeah, I'm gonna bring Herbie.
All three of those are inspired by Dragon Ball. in modern anime and manga has been inspired by Dragon Ball.
Okay, you ready, babe?
Hmm?
You ready? Were we not going to do this raid?
Oh yes, yes, yes.
I was getting everything together. We're gonna grind it a little bit, and I'm gonna see if my babies can stand up to it. But to be fair, I won't be surprised if they can't. First of all, this is not who they were intended to fight. But it'd be cool. Come on, babe. I want all the cores, all of them.
I don't
And I
think
have
there's been any big three officially, but yeah, I'm coming over.
anime like Demon Slayer, JJK, more existing, so them and Bleach especially. I have not seen I have not seen Naruto and Bleach. It's not something that I want to do. My ex watched all of Naruto and ignored me. Never asked me to watch it with him, just fucking ignored me the whole time. Yep, I'm going in. Yeah, well, not Bubs.
Bleach never
Mm.
would have existed. Like there is not an official big three. I do not believe there
All right, I want to see what happens with just these guys. Look at them, they're
They're
beautiful.
so chunky. I
This
love
is only 12 out of 20. Why are you laying down? Are you just sitting? You're just vibing. I didn't
Yeah,
even
they
realize
just
they
gotta
could
lay down.
sit. I didn't know they could sit. That is so cute.
That is adorable.
I love them. Okay, anyways, you ready?
They're so terrified. Yes, I'm
Let's fucking go. Let's see what happens. They're so chunky.
they're taking like they really ain't out.
Well, yeah, they wouldn't because like they're so fucking tanky. Go, guys. And there's only 12. And they were just born today. They got her
Just
stung.
stun locked.
That's beautiful.
Oh, she just got out of a stun and got stunned again.
Oh, I forgot. All their stats are really shit, too. This one over here has 100 defense.
Yeah, there's a couple of 100.
We won!
Which
I
way
got
do
one
I go?
core. Oh shit, do need to make sure to feed them though. Because we do forget to do that a lot. Really?
Yep.
Do we need to hit them? I mean, I get they were my pals. I only got one, but
I think because they were your pals, it was fine. But I got nothing because and you would have initiated it.
okay. Let me feed them real quick. Hold on. Where's the food? Okay, there it is.
With the Kelsey.
Where are my babies? Oh, right there. No, we don't have a specific food base. Oh
They're
shit.
gonna help transport.
Oh wait, are they not hungry?
Yeah, they're not hungry yet.
Oh shit.
Well, they're gonna help transport.
They're just very helpful.
Okay, the next one started.
Okay.
No, you've got a few more, don't you?
I have two more.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah. It's super cute. Aw. I'll get on my mountain. I'll just do more attacking. Maybe I'll get more cores. Baby, 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 baby. I watched Yu Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah.
You can start it. Did she die?
Not yet.
I think I took out a lot of damage though. That was really, they're going really fast this time. Damn.
I was helping.
Oh yeah, I was helping too.
And also, she got stuck. Yay!
Yeah, I got 2 cores that time.
I got 3. It made up for the one I missed.
Look at them just sitting there like, ah, okay, we're good. Just vibing.
Yeah, just having fun. Yeah, they were great.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Probably explains why I like them both so much. Take my love and care. No, I refuse. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Really into like swords and all that, are you?
Me, I used to be. I'm more of a hammer girly. I only got 1 core at a time. I worked too hard for that shit. So far, I'm at 4 cores, which I think is 1, right?
That is one.
Checking. Yeah, it's 4. So I just need 4 more, and then I can make 2, which is what I want.
Yeah, I completely forgot.
Incubators.
Incubate. Okay, yeah, I want to as well.
I'll go check. I'll check. How you guys doing? You hungry? No? 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 They're not even close.
Perfect.
They're not even
Okay, the next one's
close.
done. I think it's genuinely because they're not taking damage,
Yeah,
and typically they go through their hunger if they take damage to heal.
yeah. They're fucking awesome.
They are amazing.
And this is only 12 of the 20 I'm going to have. Normally, we have to worry about feeding them after like every one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying it's going to be this easy once we fight Blazemont, but
In fact, it could be even easier because they are type advantaged.
oh yeah, true. That moonbeam is nice.
Jeez.
You guys got this. Oh my god, where did you guys get those abilities? They're just throwing moons at her. Or, like, oh god. Jeez, that melted her. Oh my god, I got 3 that time.
Nice. Keep getting ranching books.
I have 2 ranching books, 1 transporting, and 1 medicine.
I really got through.
You guys doing okay? You hungry? They're like, no, we're good. Fucking-
Celestia is doing so much fucking damage against her,
Mm-hmm.
and it's got a type disadvantage. Left on.
Yeah. I like that I brought the ruby with me so that I have increased fire. Because like I was like, oh yeah, use Ryuma. Nope. Oh right. I This is dumb. Pew, 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 pew. To be fair, we kind of did win against her, like, with almost nothing. Holy Nova.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Hey, got a medicine.
How many do you have? Tablets.
Tablets. Oh, I've got like 6 more. I think.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
six
fucking
more.
go. Well, let me check their hunger. Make sure that I'm going hungry. Ooh, I'm starting to get hungry. Just that one. I think that one might have got hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only one. That one's, oh my God. Health, that one's stat 99, 95, 59.
His defense, that's probably the reason why he's taking so much damage.
Yeah. Defense, 1,093. I cannot wait. I cannot fucking wait to like get them like all maxed out and shit. Cause right now they're like, and I haven't touched their trust. I haven't gotten their skills to be exact the perfect skills for them yet. I ha mm, I haven't given them that, like they still have like a random fourth passive. Like some of them are just philanthropic. They just want to fuck. That's what they're trying to do to her.
They have a crush. They have a crush. It's called her head. They're gonna crush it.
She's like relatable. Holy Nova. No, I'm just kidding. It's the Holy Beam. Oh, this was excessive. Sorry, my bad. Just wanted to show everybody my Holy Beam. My Holy Burst. Hey, look, everybody. I know the boss is dead, but let's go.
I am excited to fight Blazer Motley.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we did it with Loopies, and these did a decent amount of damage. And they got
Mm,
fucked up.
they got fucked up. All right, let's see. Hungry. I think that's the same one. No one just really likes food. I don't think I let it eat enough last time.
Maybe not.
Okay, yeah, it's still, again, the only one that's hungry. B. Okay. We'll just let him vibe for a bit. Wild Butterfree appears.
What are you doing?
Great. I'm fucking fabulous. How are you doing? I think I'll swap out the ruby though. Let me see.
Meteor.
Hmm?
Meteor should be coming down. At 1?
130?
130. Okay.
Yeah. I hope it's a fucking meteor. But I will need to be there prepared with the puppy.
Yeah. Vampiric and Swift?
I'm gonna bring Lucy. I'm not gonna fight. I'm just gonna bring Lucy and I'm gonna let him fight. He's dark, right? So it'll be good. It'll be fine. Lucy, are you ready to be a fucking warrior? You said you wanted to be strong. You're locked in. Let me see if you've got any. Let me see what your passives are. Nothing. You have no passives. You have no passives at all. All right. Lucy's taking the lead on this one, babe. You can become the strongest. I believe in you. Let's see if I can't. Yeah, sure. Are you coming back? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna head back. I'll head back in a minute too. Because I just thought of something. I think I can go ahead and make the incubators. And if I can make the incubators, that means I can go ahead and throw some eggs in the incubators and while we go back and get more. Bitch, I need more palmetto. Get the fucking work. I see that you're actively blowing on it, but you need to blow harder. I guess. I am a she. You didn't know? I thought it was pretty obvious. Ooh, that one has remarkable craftsmanship, demon god, and vampiric. Nice. That's what I like on my crafting guy. Basically, I'm gonna compress all of my pals to make sure that they're all 4 stars, but I will be prioritizing my workshop pals because they will be the ones doing a lot of the producing.
Yes, yes.
I'll be there in a moment. I'm just trying to get these done. It has been. I agree. Let's see if I can head to the workshop and find out. The biggest downside of the automatic one is that it is only 50%, but yeah, it's always 50%, and I could put all of the eggs in there. And I don't have to have them all over the place and figure out, okay, well, I have to have it cooled over here, and I have to have it hot over here, and this ones over here are the ones that are like just right, and also what time of day is it?
So tedious.
Hi, Wanderer.
Hello, Wanderer. My God, we've seen so many amazing people.
I have to pee so bad. I'll be right back.
Oh my God, that's elite.
Even if we're a little bit late, grades or something, as long as we don't go anywhere outside of like where the raid base is, should be fine. Because that zone doesn't spawn meteors. I'm back.
Wanderer, you appeared, and Aiko got so happy and excited that she needed a key.
Yeah, I do that. Gary. How was your bread?
But people were like,
Aww.
oh, that is so.
What's Palworld? I haven't seen that game in my life. I mean, what I meant, is it a game? I don't know, movie? A place. It's an amusement park.
I think it's a diner.
You know what's cute? My army. Come, babe. It's
Let's
time
go.
for war.
I
I've
am.
decided Lucy is going to be the forefront of this war.
Why did my money auto solve? I.
Because you don't have it set up to be excluded.
It was excellent.
Good job, babe. If we lose this fight, it's Lucy's fault. Yes.
Let's go.
Oh.
Just summon Lucy.
Just Lucy? Yeah.
Just Lucy, yeah.
Sounds good. He'd die instantly.
Probably would. Probably would die instantly.
He'd die in her spawn animation. Alright, let's go.
Let's go, Lucy. You got this. starts with a beam and then gets beamed
Right
back.
on, Lucy, dude.
Half health already, Lucy.
Weirdly surprised he actually survived that, though.
I think it's because of the light.
Yeah. It's pretty decently high level.
Thank you for the follow on the slow.
Oh, he's healing. Lucy, you actually have to fight. You can't just stand there. Okay? You can't pretend. You can't.
Oh, beaming again, but missed. The boss
He
is teleporting again.
survived! He survived!
That's better. You survived a full beam straight to
That's
your face.
good. Yeah. Dude.
Dang.
Look at him. He's doing fine, too. He's not even hungry. He's like, yeah, I'm good.
Death beam
Were you the
twice.
one that did the death beam? Was he the one that did the beam?
Yeah, that's the reason the boss targeted him because he hit first.
I thought he got hit by the beam. He was doing the beam?
He did the first beam and then a second beam
I
went
love
straight to
that.
his face.
Love that. Love that for him. Fuck,
Lucy
we'll
just
do it
seemed
again.
to attack as before the boss
Yeah,
finished spawning.
that's why I thought that he was the one getting attacked. Because it was, like, immediately. It's just immediately. I thought he was just standing there not doing anything.
Took the beam, dealt the beam, missed the beam. You did everything with the beam.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna watch your health this time. Go on, chicken boy. I don't know if he's. I don't know if he's hitting. He's so powerful. Why is everybody ganged up on Lucy? What the fuck is happening over here? What is happening? Why is nobody fighting the boss? They're just ganged up on Lucy. What is going on? What is happening?
Celestia's got it.
What the fuck? Half of the
Oh my-
fucking
I
team.
know what it was.
Huh.
They're hungry and they think Lucy's chaos.
What the fuck was that?
I think a decent amount of them do need heat though.
Oh, that's fine. I'll check, but like, why didn't they even move? They just piled on Lucy and just stood there. I'm so confused.
You indeed have aura. You can fool the duelist.
He's just there. His minions. That's what it looked like, though, for real. They're just like waiting and watching for your your direction. They're like, "What shall we do now, chicken boy?"
Literally a meat shield. They protected the chicken.
They really did. They protected you by hanging on top of you. That's so fucking funny. There's no way. He's fine. Like, hold on. Is Lucy even hungry? Of course he's not, because I got food in my pocket. He's eating my food. Oh my god, there's so many berries. More of these in my pocket.
Oh, my pals returned.
Look at them. They're like all piled onto the blowhole. They're all meshed into each other. What? Why do they look like this? Do you see this, babe?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my lord. Look, that looks so weird. And the sheep, just a cotton candy sheep comes out from between their legs. They're so cute. You did say you were powerful. I should never have doubted you. You were able to command my entire army for some fucking reason. No, I don't think you did the last hit. I'm not sure you did the first hit this time either. I think you were just hanging out this time. You were nowhere near the boss. I know because you were in the middle of all my duelists. I'm pretty sure Tristan is the one that took care of the boss the last time.
Yeah, Marcellus did. Was yeah, yeah. My help.
Okay. Yeah, they're good. Okay. Are you ready? Wait, hold on. Alexa, what time is it? Okay, we got time.
True, you're not max level. You're not 4 stars.
Mm,
Haven't been awakened.
it's
Your
true.
trust isn't max. So.
No, I will not forfeit. All right. Okay, he did definitely hit the first time this time. He just walks so silly. Oh, he's really fast. Oh no, there's. I said it was really fast. I definitely thought that. Yeah, I need to see it in dark mode. This his awesome perk, his awesome partner ability.
Night vision.
Lucy's like, okay, let's go. Time to go. Oh Lord. I'm sorry, I'm having a blast. I'm just throwing Lucy out there. I'm kind of curious how others would fare, but you know,
I genuinely think,
what if I threw the hamster out there?
honestly, he's like, the hamster team genuinely would be ridiculous.
It'd be funny.
It'd be so funny. They do so much damage. Why do they do so much damage? I'm actually curious where they rank in that health stats.
Mm. I'm gonna find out if the hamster. To be fair, this hamster is very low level.
It's just really strong.
I think it's to balance for the fact that in like no games is gas strong. All right, let's go. I believe in you, Herbie. Girl, Herbie. Looks like it's got this. Oh, hamster died immediately. Go, Lucy! I'm getting decent cores. These past 2 times I've gotten 3.
Nice.
Now my hamster dead. I kind of want to see how Wanderer handles it. She's very low level though. She'll die. I have to replace the hamster with something. Might as well be Wanderer. Where's Wanderer at?
Oh, I hear a lucky but
Go get it. Come, Wanderer. You're an alpha. I believe in you. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go kill Lylene to try and get Wanderer some levels. And I'll be right back.
every round, yeah,
It's true.
100%.
Cool. Alright, Wanderer's now level 58. Oh, there is one. Tristan was gonna go get it.
Oh, you thought it was in your game?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bruh, the fuck. Look, I told you to watch the mill. What are you doing? Look, I know you like swimming, but this is earth. This is ground. You can't swim in the ground. She's like, look, I'll prove you fucking wrong. All right, if you insist.
Do
Do we have time to do another one?
Oh, we got plenty of time.
Okay, cool, 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 cool. Coming back. I'm gonna put Wanderer out front. Earth equals dirt water. You're right. You're right. It's just really dense water. Okay.
Takes us like 2 minutes at most. Let to like set up a run. I
Yeah.
guess some of them got to eat next time.
All right, go Wanderer. You got this. Well, she's not dead. That's good. There she goes. Good job, Wanderer. It's because of you that we won. Oh, I got 3 cores again.
Nice. I've only been getting 2. Call it 2 every time.
Yeah, you did. Good job. All right, let's see. Hungry, 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 hungry. Oh, sorry. Too bad. You don't get to eat. Starve. Does your pal have like a heal ability? No? I could check.
Your Pal's only ability, I believe, is night vision.
Oh yeah. No, I think you just meant skills.
Skill?
Fires 3 balls of malice that relentlessly pursue an enemy. Nightmare Ball creates a giant ball of darkness that hurls at an enemy. And Dark Laser.
Does Lucy have any lifesteal like that?
I will say that he has 0 passive skills.
Perfect.
That's how you know he's good.
He can get so much stronger.
He really can.
I genuinely wonder if Lucy could get to a point, just get a coordinator to a point and can solo Belenoir. Probably. Belenoir's only level 35.
Yeah. Beat it. How do you heal yourself? By starving. Because when you eat off the food, like I guess you're hungry, but it's healing you. Like natural
Yeah,
healing.
whenever you take damage, it consumes your food bar to heal. And
And then eventually you get, that's why these guys get starved. That's why we have to feed them every once in a while.
Aiko might also have another pal in her party that increases, that just like heals all the pals in the party. I don't know.
I don't.
Yeah.
Nope. Go, Wanderer! Oh, Wanderer's winning. She's in there. Somebody's hungry. Well, that means at least somebody's hungry. There she is.
That with a pokey in it.
Got 2 cores that time. Nice.
Nice.
Yep. Like maybe that's how you took damage and then just healed in mid battle. Yeah, that's how it happens.
Have some food.
Yeah, I'm gonna swap out my party and get my puppy ready. The baby's out. Hungry, not hungry, not hungry. Not hungry. Not hungry. Not hungry, not hungry.
Oh, I
Hmm.
hatched a Rogier from the mutated egg
Nice. You got your own now.
with Sky Marcher, Diamond Body, and Swift.
Really?
Yep.
Naturally. That's actually, I mean, I would say Sky Marcher's not, but of course you basically just got my bird.
Basically, yeah.
Puppy. I really, really hope. If it's another supply drop, I might cry. Well, I hope I don't. Sonic. No shit. Alexa, what time is it? Okay. Okay, cool. Because I wanted to go back to the workshop first. And I bet I came back to Second Dream and I was like, oh shit. Acapella. Copacabana. Get an alpha Belenoir. Oh, I'm so happy. So much easier to do the eggs now.
So much management.
Mm-hmm. Did something happen to my ground? Why are all of my pals in the ground? My Jolthog is a Diglett and my Ophelia is a Diglett. Excuse me.
Diglett.
Copacabana. Oh, I think I'm suddenly hungry. Yeah, I think so. It just hit me. Yeah, but it's in the fridge. Usually pretzels, probably. No, salad, no. The only thing I've had to eat today is yogurt and the shake.
And some gummies and the shake.
Yeah. Is that not like a breakfast of champions? Sweet. I'm so nervous. What if it's shit? Not it's shit. What if I don't get what I'm looking for? Please, Celine. I need to eat something. I need a snack. I need to do it now. Oh fuck. Sorry. Sorry, Ophelia. I'm just gonna moonbeam you. My bad. Mm-hmm. Yes, please. I'm like yep. Yep. Hmm. I've been so busy today. I didn't even think about fucking food. I had breakfast at like 1. That's when I first got up and I started streaming. I've been in like 10.5 hours, which I guess is normal for some people. It doesn't help that like I'm a little upset about my doctor on my Instagram. Waiting for the fucking alert. And I really hope it tells me meteorite and not Supply drop, please. You did a really good job, Lucy. I wonder if it's gonna be good gold. I wonder if it's gonna be good gold.
Yeah.
Hmm? Not bad.
That's good. Actually, really good to know.
I have a salad. I went to a restaurant the other day after the doctor's appointment. And I got this chicken salad. Only half of it. But it was hot when I got it because the chicken was hot and cooked and everything. So I thought it was gonna be like one of those things you have to reheat. It's got rice in it too, which is supposed to be hot everything. But it's actually not bad cold. Thank you. I know. I'm good. Alexa, what time is it? Meteorite.
Yes. Okay, the meteorite.
Okay. Hi, Dino Shark. Okay, please. Please,
Good to
please,
see you
please.
again.
Swift. So something.
Something that is good. That is one thing you can bring
That is one
to
thing.
others.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So halfway. That's not bad, okay? Considering it's a 24% chance to get one of the fucking passes. I'm gonna fucking take it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Take
just.
Swift.
Is this the one I just. Yeah, this is the one I just hurt. Mhm.
Care yourself.
Mm-mm-mm. Sorry you're not feeling great, hon.
One important thing if you have something like gastro is to make sure you keep hydrated. Like electrolyte drink, so like Gatorade, Powerade.
Thanks. So, I'm actually gonna be really curious if, cause like 1:30, would 4:30 be a supply drop?
That is actually curious because if it's on a two supply drop one meteor cycle, that's
Mm-hmm.
a
Yep.
one meteor every 9
Fucking,
hours.
that was just bullshit. You know. I've had 3 Celines today. Got all of them. They're not hard to catch. Okay. Did you give me a Berloha with 2 stars?
I put it in the ranch.
Okay. I'll go get it. Fabulous. I'm still eating it.
Oh, it smells really nice.
It is mine. You can't have it. It's mine. Do it. Do you want a bite?
See what I think of. I mean,
That might just be all vegetables. I'm sorry.
yeah, that is really good cold.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised. I thought you were gonna have to heat it up.
Generally, what we should do,
Mm-hmm.
go in the fridge. Get some. Come
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Have some in the fridge if you don't eat it all. A
Mm-hmm.
lot better of an option.
Mm-hmm. It's really tasty. Okay. So, the next project we're gonna do is because we've been working on our base for so long. I just need to figure out. Well, I also need to figure out like what I'm gonna do ice babies wise, but I'm gonna ignore that for a bit because I can. Um, try and get a let. Where's my lilines? And they might still be being hatched. I'm gonna let those go through, but where's my Berloha? What? No, I haven't.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I was saying where's mine?
Oh, the one you wanna.
Yeah, because I don't want an alpha. I don't want an alpha.
Yeah, the alphas are big.
I shot the bed. My bad.
Rip. No more sleeping for you.
Okay. Well, he's really bad. So he's got downtrodden, diet lover, masochist, and fit as a fiddle. Well, That's trash. Let's give him insomnia. He can keep diet liver. Fine with that. Mm, like, I don't think he's necessarily working when he's walking around, right? But he's not working. He's just existing. So I should give him, like, ferocious.
Yeah, based on
There we go. I'm so glad I can just go back to killing Lileen's. I hope I don't really need to use the Yakima for anything else, but we'll see. You know, I just realized that the reason I have so many fucking ancient civilization parts is because I keep grinding the Lileen. I just got 13 precious entrails from that bitch.
dang.
hmm And every single time I kill it, oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Get your ass over here, bruh. No, get away from my house. Get away from my house. Get the fuck away from my house. Absolutely fucking not.
Seal?
At my house.
Fuck.
Ryum is dead. How's everybody at the base doing? I think everybody's fine. He was like right there on my base too. I don't think anybody got hurt. That's good. Except for Ryuma. Ryuma died. Why though? Why did Ryuma die to that? I am so confused now. Oh. Oh, that was so weird. His trust glitched and said it was 0. I was like, excuse me?
That happened.
We got like enough space for like one breeding pound. That's fine. Okay. So we are going to make some more notes. First of all, first, first of all, first of all, real house fine. Celine, 2 Celine for workbench. We're gonna work on that. So we're gonna need a work one too. It's not just. Hold on. Tira, Reptera, Flexico, Flexo. Eesh, we're figuring it out. Figuring it out. 2 duelith knocks with 3 rainbows. Two more. What are you doing? You're going down this ice block. I should break that. Spend my dollar, in a holiday, the mountain moonlight. Hold her up tight. Dicing Dixon line. Nom, 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 nom. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm not hearing you through OBS. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, I can hear me. Or yeah, OBS isn't picking you up. Yeah, your little react thing isn't doing anything. That's weird. What happened? Did your thing crash? NVIDIA thingy?
Maybe? Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah, I hear you now.
I just had to... Weird. That was weird.
Mm.
Okay, so...
La, la, la,
Remind me never to spook that.
la, la, la. Up in a
Egg and
holiday, the maze and moonlight. Hold her up tight.
Oh, when we
A little
ran for
lover.
showering.
Take a little loving down a Mason Dixon line. No, so line. Oh, so line. Alright, what is healing coach? Oh, their auto health reserves. No, I'm not worried about that. Bam, 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 bam. Guess we could just pick like whichever one has the best stats. Okay, that's not an alpha. I wanted to be a girl. Spend my dollar. Spend my dollar. Parked in a holler near the mountain moonlight. Hold her up tight. Send a little loving. The loving on the Mason Dixon line. Oh, yeah, my life. Oh, so right. My Dixieland alive. Why do you guys just like start bringing oil to the front and then just drop it and run away? What are you guys doing?
Making it look like they are doing their job, but not actually.
I'm looking around. See, I got it. I'm holding it. Made of this, who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them wanna get used by you. Some of
America.
them want to
They want the oil.
use you. Some of them want to be of you. I will stretch. Think it. Danka. Dreams are made of wings. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something sweet. Your head up, moving on. Get your head up, moving on. Hold 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 your head up. Kill it. Ow, what the fuck? Ow.
Ow?
I got hit by a scorpion.
No.
I got hit in her head with a rock. How are you hitting me? You're not even looking at me. Celine, get your ass together. Nice. Good job. The fuck's trying to attack me now? Celine. Everybody looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree?
Looking for chippies.
Alright, let's go. Now my mean is level, or soul is level. Disagree. Travel the world in the seven seas. Everybody looking for something.
Everybody, drink my soup. Oh, 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 oh.
is the Reptiro we're going to use, and also
Minuna, welcome back, Minuna. Yes, we are still here.
good. That one's
In a
that one I
true
think is the
trash
one we're gonna
soul.
use. Yeah, that's what we're gonna use. And then ooh, no, this is the one we're using.
No, don't fall down the cliff.
Do we want remarkable craftsmanship, vampiric, impatient, serenity, or do we want impatient, remarkable craftsmanship, demon god, vampiric? I
I think one's more
demon god.
defensive and one's more attacking.
I think that this is meant to be for the base. So
Have to do work? Oh, ooh. Thank you for your service to the work. Work is sometimes really...
okay.
Yeah. But welcome back! It's good to see you again.
Really, I can use this towards breeding too, because I still gotta get the Reptiro crest. Alright, let's see. That is a male, and we have a foxicle, maybe? Yay. I felt like we had more than one foxicle.
Got in a little trouble because I didn't realize who you were.
Oh, jeez.
I thought you just some strange person coming to work randomly. Oh, that's funny. Wow. Living on a prayer, live out a word.
Go catch another foxicle. We should do that. Hopefully this will be a girl. I don't feel like trying to gender change the fox, so I'm just gonna catch another one. Not like it's not easily accessible.
True, yeah. Wow.
Just need
Living on a prayer.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I am feeling tired.
You're feeling a bit tired?
It's been a busy day. I've gotten a lot accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a girl? You've got 93, 89, 72, which is kind of cool. If I throw a gigasphere at you, can you just like get in and we don't argue about it or nothing?
My mother and I go to certain stores to scrap NCAP products, but they saw me flipping products over to find the barcode and thought I was a disadvantage.
I was very nice. I was very nice. I could have just done a regular ball. Giving you a giga ball because I think you're special. That's what I thought.
Good call, people. I'm glad you're slowly getting there, Dino Shark.
It's a boy. No wonder he didn't think. He was like, I'm not a girl.
Oh, you've been sick for 2 weeks? Dang.
I think I'll wait. I'll wait to do the Reptile Crest until I can catch a female fox. I'll make a note of that.
Bacteria Crest.
It's not like I'm super rushed for it right now, but because I'm gonna have to breed a lot of them, and I'm not gonna be able to do the ancient workbench for a bit.
Gastro can take a while, yeah, but like 2 weeks? Dang, that's... I had gastro a bunch in my life, and I don't think I've had it last that long before. I had COVID, and that lasted for ages. Mm. Oh.
Read Reptiro Christ when can catch a female foxicle. I don't know if I'm spelling that right.
Yes, we are both in rubbish bins today.
I'm trash. How smells foxicle, dude?
Aiko wanted to enjoy the darkness, so that meant no.
I'm emo today.
No light on, which means the tracking doesn't work for her model, so just in trash. One is upside down. Yeah, I have me myself upside down.
Okay.
Let me see. Oh my god, you got head pets.
Oh, I don't need lightning anymore. I got the lightning I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Swift, Sky Marshal. Got a few with Swift and Sky Marshal.
Move Celine for workbench.
Total Engine and Sky Marshal. Be right back. Take your time. Take your time. It's okay. We will be here for a little bit longer. We're gonna wind up ending soon-ish, right? Mm-hmm.
How do we get enough at an aqua? Parent calculator. What have we got? Okay, looks like the only way to do it is a serpent and ephedrine makes it ephedrine aqua. So what I want is either an ephedrine or a serpent.
Mm-hmm.
Preferably two that are already fucking done.
I mean, we've only really we've been streaming since we woke up, so like we've only been awake for about 12 hours or a bit longer.
12 hours. Yeah. I waited a little bit to start streaming, but only because I was wondering. Because you said you would wake up soonish or whatever later, and then I waited and I asked you if you were awake enough to stream. You said you were going to wait like 30 minutes, and I asked if it was okay if I went to go stream, and you said yeah.
I don't remember the first one, but I do remember the second one.
Jelliet plus Yakumo equals servant. Okay.
Let's get them more. All I ate in the past week was nuggets on toast because the
for the follow, Dinosaur. Why do I think you were already following me? You weren't following me before? I'm gonna go cry. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Serpent. Serpent.
Dinosaurx550 said, I did not know, I'm sorry.
Should be sorry. I know you're sorry and I apologize. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Too late to apologize.
Why do I keep spelling this fucking wrong? Equals.
Spotify's deciding to rickroll.
Mm-hmm. Get over here, Rick. Oh no, he's got the gun. Actually, I have no
Run,
idea.
Rick Astley, run.
What if someone want to finish this deck of disability paper with social security? No, absolutely not. I've done that shit myself.
Echo.
Absolutely fucking not. Go fuck
Went
yourself.
through that.
Nope, nope, absolutely not. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, never want around it.
Yeah, I went through that when I was there with her, and I was like,
let you cry. Never gonna say
I want
goodbye.
some weird things.
Okay. Okay. Next. So we know how to get those. That's what we're going to be for the crusher. What are we using for the other stuff? So we need miners. We need transporters. Let's see. Let's make a list.
The best weapon for a Brit, the knife. Oh no, you're contributing to the youth violence.
Miners. Loggers. Transporters. Handiwork. No. Handiwork will be handled. Actually.
I don't know if you could blame it on the youth violence. Get away with it. What you mean, minors?
Miners.
There's no minors here.
M-I-N-E-R-S.
Oh my god.
Those that yearn for the mines.
Children. They yearn.
Not where I was going with that, but right. Note, can I use some symbols in prohibited words?
Minecraft is the most popular game. It just shows you that children yearn to go
Why
to
are you wiggling your butt at me, Braloha? Look at him. Look at him go. I'm just sitting here trying to write shit, and he's like, look at my butt. Look at it.
I feel sorry
Wiggle,
for this
wiggle.
Anubis. He's doing research while getting humped by a German tiger, Ignis.
Oh yeah, hold on. We need icy boys. Icy boys for both. I need also to do this. Hold on.
Never gonna say goodbye.
Move, Lilene. Jesus.
Gunpowder.
Oh my god, you have such a fat butt.
Crap ton of gunpowder.
Move. Go. Okay, go.
Gunpowder.
Get out.
Ooh,
Get
I
out
need
the way.
myself
Get
on.
out the way.
Get out the way.
No, don't go back. No.
I made the legendary laser rifle, finally.
Did you?
Dinosaurx550 said, Rick, you better fear for your bloody life system 155 gun because I will
Yes,
find
I
you
got
and
it
make you
right
scream
here.
in a pool of blood.
I got
Gosh, so
Oh,
violent.
that looks
Damn.
really weird. I'm gonna go find someone to fight. Something that's a bit of a challenge.
Dinosaurx550 said, violence is good if there's
What
a
is
valid
this in the
reason.
desert? Violence is good if there's a valid
I mean, I
reason.
can't argue with you there.
Hmm. Violence is always the question. It's never the answer, because the question's yes. No, the answer yes. The answer is yes. Um. What? Hmm.
Oh my god, you guys are crazy. Get the fuck out of here. I was just looking.
Dino.
Jesus.
Yes. What's up, Dino?
They're trying to hump me.
I'm getting him. We're doing wonderful. Aiko's getting a bit tired. I'm okay with ending whenever she is. Not as tired as I was.
I am trying
I'm surprised I'm not that tired right now.
to
But you
do
have
things.
been awake for a bit longer than
I'm
me.
trying to make notes. I'm trying to do this crop thing because I fucking forgot. And I figure if I go ahead and get it done now, then that means. Oh, I got something for you. I have something for you. I have a present for you.
You got a present for me?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. You're going to your nan's? Ooh. You're gonna also puppies say hello? Ooh. Hello, puppies. I hope the puppies are doing good. No. Where am I?
Yeah, that's
I
okay. I'll
am
just get erased. It's
in.
fine.
I will be back in my base in a
Oh,
second.
no big whoop. You don't have to go there. I'll just put it in the chest.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you do. That's amazing here. What the hell? Serial embezzle. What the fuck?
Love it. My favorite one is still the pineapple pizza enthusiast.
Oh, that is funny.
So cute. I'm assuming that's the name of the dog. If not,
Rose wants
I don't know
uppies.
I don't know who
Oh
Rose is. Could
no.
be a um
Your name is this like the 1930s? You named Jack? 1920s? Earlier? I don't know.
bad actually. A flower.
Mog.
Just dance.
Dinosaurx 550 said, can my autism stop the stimming eye?
No. No stopping your autism. You're stuck with it.
No. Only stim. That's it. From now on, it's all you can do. You have been cursed to only stim.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Now since we got so many planters, I might as well put the fucking berries there, yeah.
Yeah, probably. Be a good idea. Don't stop the steaming. Street lights, sunsets.
Aloha. You are so rude. Do you not see that they're trying to plant berries there? Why are you just standing in the crops?
Aloha wants to just stand where Aloha wants. It would have been a bit after you were born. It's they can't tell when you're too young, but yeah.
Yes, we got one more three.
You must be sick because I can remember all the dinos' names.
I mean, I'm autistic. I guess I don't remember all their names.
No, I think you're fine.
Alright.
To be fair, everyone's somewhere on the spectrum.
I
Sounds
am
like.
little on the spectrum, just a scooch.
What am I trying to make? This thingy. Got the polymer. I need more flame orbs. Okay, I need at least 5 more computers. Pardon me. I borked it.
Gross. Nasty.
I am so gross.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I am happy to end whenever you are, my love.
I've got a squish.
After squishing,
Oh
sounds
shit.
good. Oh no, shit. That's actually something I find really funny is when like the when VTubers or just people in general that don't know English well just start using fucking swears all the time. Have you seen things of the Hololive VTubers?
Mm-mm.
The Japanese ones just swearing.
Mm-mm. I believe you. It'd be a weird thing to lie about, but I've not seen it.
I've seen a couple of clips of it. It's funny. I'm not a lie.
Let's see what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
I don't know if
20,
Hololive
21,
ones are
22.
well.
Oh no, what do I do? I've got 22 babies. I guess I'm gonna have to squish one of them. Two of them.
2 extra squish?
One has the worst stats. That one's trash.
Squish. Compact and squish. Turn into cube. Become Cuba.
Cuba.
What happens when you get turned into a cube? You just become Cuba. What time is your name? I can say about any statuses is Chisaurus? What? My I have stroke. What?
What time is your name?
My brain melt.
What time is your name? Apparently mine too.
3 o'clock. I don't know.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 babies. And all of them shall now become any further will be compressed. I have how many are fully compressed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, and then one is partially compressed. Okay, I am going to go get a stack of berries from that farm, and I'm going to put it at the workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do that, I'm going to take a bunch of resource gatherers, and I'm going to put them at their workstations. Set it to light work so they don't hopefully get stressed out. Right, I would like resources, basically. I'm not going to close the server tonight.
Patago Titan, Barosaurus, Giraffe Titan.
My favorite dino is Ankylosaurus.
Shinosaurus, and Amargasaurus.
Mogus.
Amargus.
Mogus. Would you rather fight 5 horse-sized chickens or 20 chicken-sized horses? 20 chicken-sized horses.
Yeah, 20 chicken-sized horses, indeed.
We saw skeletons of tiny horses at the museum.
We did.
They were very
We
small.
did the early
Mhm.
the early horses, which are very tiny. Slightly larger than a small dog. Biggest animal alive today. My animal is a blue whale. Biggest life form is the Great Barrier Reef. Didn't hear what we said. We both said 20 chicken-sized horses. What life form? The Great Barrier Reef. But singular animal is the blue whale. Yeah, you got a dumb pink dude? Huh? Oh, you called a Clefairy? Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Okay, I understand. I'm honestly just thinking about how many chicken nuggets I could make if I won the fight against the 5 horse-sized chickens. Hmm, at least one. One very big chicken nugget. No chicken nuggets, there'll be chicken houses. Mm, chicken nugget. All the places that do chicken nuggets here are just like meh. Actually, Carl's Jr.'s chicken nuggets are nice. The styles. Does Wendy's do chicken nuggets?
I'm not a big Wendy's Nuggies fan.
Where's your favorite chicken nuggets from?
Tyson. The brand of frozen nuggets.
Oh,
Fucking great.
I'm sorry that we don't have that brand here.
That is what it is.
Did I not pick it up?
I wanna make a man. And she's watching him with those eyes. And she's loving with that body, I just know. And he's living in his arms late at night. Now I wish that I had just his girl. I wish that I had just his girl. 1,
What can I
2, 3, 4. So dirty when they start talking cute. I wanna tell her that I love her, but the phone is probably born. Cause she's watching him with those eyes. And she's loving him with that body, I just know it. And he's holding her in his arms late at night. Wish that I had just his girl. I wish that I had just his girl. I can't find a woman like that. Just his girl. Wish that I had just his girl. Find a woman. I can't find a woman like that all the time. Wondering what you'll see in me. With the light that the way it's supposed to be. Why not?
X550 said Dearly's knife, Dearly's knife, Dearly's knife, Dearly's knife, Leelia, confetti, Leelia, rave, Leelia, rave, Leelia, rave, Leelia, rave.
Well, that's very interesting, I guess.
What's interesting?
Awesome sentence, I guess.
I can numb now. Oh my god.
Nice. Now we need transporters.
Yeah. Finally getting a lot of my Argentine Englandnesses hatched. Oh my god. The show is getting very violent with that numbel.
Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. Check on see how much oil I have. Gets 300. There we go. Now I go back to the space, the homie base. I can honestly say I do not know which pal should be the cooling baby.
Figure that out tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Alright, everybody, we're gonna go and find somebody to read. I am fucking tired. I'm dying.
I believe they had what, 12
Find
hours?
somebody to read.
13 hours for you?
Yeah. Let's see what we got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Nero. Why not? Nero rated us the other day. Let's return the
Yeah.
favor.
This was a very fun stream today. It was very fun. Thank you everyone for hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
We will see you all tomorrow.
So here's the sub message, raid message if you are subscribed, or not subscribed, here's the raid message if you are subscribed. And we are going to raid out to Nero Agnesard, who is playing. Oh my goodness, what is it he's playing? Oh my god, what is this game? I've never seen it or heard of it before. Crazy. So fucking weird. Okay. Love you all. See you guys tomorrow when I
It was very
return.
nice to meet you too, Mushrambo.
Absolutely same. I completely agree. Okay. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye bye everyone.